Chapter 2551. Feeling proud of himself, Lu Sheng laughed wildly. Yang Kai, did you think you would have such a day? How could he not be proud? A master proficient in the Tao of space, capable of tearing space at will, was now trapped here alive by him. The joy in his heart was simply indescribable. So, although he knew that this was not a good time to talk to Yang Kai, Lu Sheng couldn't help but shout. Hua Fei Chun didn't say a word, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Yang Kai blocked a blow and retreated, holding the myriad sword in front of his chest in a defensive posture, coldly snorting, frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it's the size of a well. Today, this young master will open your eyes, you bunch of trash, and see how I break your bullshit spirit array. Saying so, he flipped his hand and a bracelet suddenly appeared. Although this bracelet was a woman's accessory, it didn't look suitable for a woman to wear because it was covered in mysterious runes and pulsing with spiritual energy. At a glance, one could tell it was a powerful emperor artifact. You still dare to be so arrogant? Lu Sheng was furious, and under the cover of the heavenly net absolute sealing array, he stealthily approached Yang Kai, raised his hand, and was about to launch a sneak attack when a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. This sound was extremely strange, sounding like countless mosquitoes and flies flying over. What is that? Lu Sheng frowned, but in order to avoid any trickery, he didn't dare to attack and instead retreated a little. Something that will take your dog lives. Yang Kai stood in place, sneering as he waved his hand and released countless pitch-black insects from the bracelet. The bracelet was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet, and the pitch-black insects were naturally the evolved soul-devouring demon insects. Previously, when he was besieged by countless souls and ghosts in the cave, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. He didn't know if his soul-devouring demon insects had any effect on these souls, because soul-devouring demon insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, and they could even devour demonic chi. And to some extent, souls and ghosts were the aggregation of spiritual energy. At that time, there were too many people and Yang Kai couldn't release his soul-devouring demon insects for experiments. Until just now, he had quietly released a few soul-devouring insects, dealing with Lu Sheng and Hua Fei Chun while waiting for the result. After giving it a try, the situation was as he had expected. Those souls and ghosts were simply delicacies prepared for the soul-devouring insects. Not only could the soul-devouring insects devour those souls and ghosts, they would also not let go of the black gas here. They seemed to like this energy very much. Since the results of the experiment were out, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite with these people from the Netherworld sect. As soon as the insect enslavement bracelet appeared, countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out from it and spread out in all directions. These insects were like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, capturing the wandering souls and ghosts. In an instant, waves of mournful howls rang out. Although these spirits did not have the thoughts they had when they were alive, under the gnawing, they still let out miserable cries, which made one's hair stand on end. Lu Sheng and Hua Fei Chun were both startled. They didn't know what was going on, only that they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The situation was unclear. They didn't dare to launch another attack rashly. They were afraid that they would fall into Yang Kai's trap. What's going on? Hua Fei Chun could only helplessly ask the 20 or so disciples in charge of the spirit array. Only they knew the situation inside the spirit array because they were the ones who arranged it, and the foundation of the spirit array was their artifact. It could be said that their lives were closely tied to this spirit array, sharing life and death with it. Not good, Elder Hua. A disciple shouted in horror. That person suddenly released a swarm of insects. A swarm of insects? Hua Fei Chin's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, "What's so surprising about a swarm of insects? Kill them for me." What a bunch of trash. Inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, even the Emperor realm could be strangled. So why would it be afraid of a swarm of insects? Why were all the disciples the sect had accepted so useless? The disciples said in horror, "Elder, these insects can't be killed and are instead devouring the spirit array." What? Hua Fei Chun was really shocked this time. The souls and ghosts that filled the black sphere were the netherworld purgatory banner's spirit array. They didn't have physical bodies and were the same as the souls in the ancient land's passageway. They were condensed from the resentment of people who died and were cold and treacherous. There are actually insects in this world that can devour the spirit array? What kind of insects are they? Not waiting for Hua Fei-chun to continue asking, a chill suddenly came from the front, heading straight for his face. Hua Fei-chun turned pale with fright and shouted, "Little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack." This chill was obviously caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Hua Fei-chun hurriedly blocked it as he shouted. With a series of explosions, the corners of his eyes almost burst open as he was forced to retreat with a look of horror on his face. This was the first time he had faced Yang Kai head-on. Previously, he had only used the power of the spirit array to launch sneak attacks, so he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. With the suppression of the spirit array, he was actually able to force a second-order Emperor Realm Master like himself to retreat. Is this little brat even human? Hua Fei-chun couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. Yang Kai laughed. "You did this to me, so why can't I return the favor? What's so strange about launching a sneak attack on you? Does Elder Hua think that this young master should have just washed his neck and waited for you to chop it off?" Hua Fei-chun's mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but snort. That would be for the best. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, his figure flickered. It was unknown how he accurately determined Hua Fei-chun's position, but as soon as he attacked, he launched a devastating attack. Hua Fei-chun turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Martial Nephew Yin, help me." As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was being attacked by an opponent who was a minor realm lower than him in his own spirit array, yet he had to call for his martial nephew's help. This was a complete loss of face. But compared to his own life, what was face worth? Naturally, Lu Shang wouldn't let Hua Fei-chun take the risk alone, so he rushed over and shouted, "Yang Kai, don't be so arrogant." The two martial nephews instantly joined forces, and under the surging of their Emperor Qi, the Netherworld sect's secret techniques bloomed in a dazzling display as they fought Yang Kai. A series of explosions rang out as violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Both Elder Fu and Lin had strange expressions on their faces as they hovered in midair. Old Fu frowned. "What the hell is the Netherworld sect doing? A bunch of trash." The girl gritted her teeth and cursed. She had even summoned an Emperor artifact like the Tai Cinnamon Bowl to help, but she didn't expect the Netherworld sect to still be unable to take down Yang Kai. "Young lady, do you want this old master to go and help?" Old Fu asked. Looking at the rumbling sounds inside, Hua Fei-chun and Lu Sheng probably wouldn't be able to win for a while. Old Fu was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could help, he would definitely be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance. "No need." Lin flatly refused. "This young lady has already given them enough face by personally helping them. Why do you still want to join in the fun? If they can't even win, then the people of the Netherworld sect are too useless." Old Fu didn't dare to disobey and could only bow his head. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Old Fu's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples who were controlling the spirit array were all trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were as pale as paper, and beads of sweat were dripping down their foreheads. Some of them were even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. What's going on? Old Fu's eyes widened, but he couldn't understand what was going on. A Netherworld sect disciple shouted, "Elder, save me. This disciple's banner is about to be completely devoured." The Netherworld sect disciples cultivated the Netherworld Purgatory banner with their lives, so their strength was greatly increased with it in hand. However, if the Netherworld Purgatory banner was damaged, they would also suffer a severe backlash. They were indeed only controlling the spirit array and weren't fighting Yang Kai head-on. However, the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai sent out were constantly devouring their soul banners at an extremely fast pace. This disciple was quite unlucky. The banner souls he released were completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects, causing his Netherworld Purgatory banner to be severely damaged and he himself to suffer a great backlash. Before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly shot out from the huge black ball. It was the netherworld purgatory banner that he had risked his life to cultivate. However, the moment this disciple saw his secret treasure, he didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he hurriedly got up, turned around, and ran. The netherworld purgatory banner seemed to have a mind of its own and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld purgatory banner caught up with the netherworld sect disciple. With a bang, the netherworld purgatory banner exploded, turning into a mass of black energy that enveloped the netherworld sect disciple. Ah! An extremely shrill scream rang out, as if he had been subjected to the most terrifying torture in the world. The black energy was like balls of black fire that attached to the disciple's body and wouldn't disperse. Like an all-pervasive viper, they drilled into his flesh through his pores. As he screamed, the netherworld sect disciple kept rolling on the ground, scratching his face with both hands. He used so much strength that he actually tore off his own flesh. In the blink of an eye, this person was covered in blood and bones. How could this be? What happened to him? On the other side, the red-clothed girl who was controlling the Tai Kasha Bowl's power turned pale and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. She had never seen such a terrifying scene before. If it wasn't for the unbearable pain, how could a person do such a thing to himself? 10,000 ghosts devouring body. Old Fu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in shock, "This person is finished." The netherworld purgatory banner's power was greatly reduced, and the netherworld sect disciple also suffered a backlash. This kind of backlash was even more unbearable than being thrown into a pot of oil and being squeezed dry. As he spoke, the black energy on the disciple's body converged and drilled into his body. An even more shrill scream rang out. The man kept rolling on the ground, tearing off pieces of flesh with his own hands. Soon, blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 25:52. In less than 10 breaths of time, the netherworld sect disciple suddenly twitched all over before his vitality was cut off and he lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Even his brightly colored intestines had been pulled out by him, making for a terrifying sight. Black energy was still burning on his body, as if it would continue to burn until the end of time. Asterisk shio shio shto. Asterisk streaks of black light flew out of the heavenly net absolute sealing array one after another, shooting towards the netherworld sect disciples with incomparable accuracy. The disciples were scared out of their wits and fled one after another, shouting for Elder to save them. How could Hua Feichen have the time to save their lives? At this moment, he and Yin Lusheng were still being chased by Yang Kai. They couldn't even catch their breath, so even if he knew that the disciples were suffering from the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, he was powerless. However, even if he had the time at this moment, there was no way he could save those disciples. For the disciples of the netherworld sect, the 10,000 ghosts devouring body was the most terrible torture and the most unbearable way to die. This was related to the secret art they cultivated and the artifacts they sacrificed. But after all, this was the foundation of the netherworld sect, so which disciple didn't cultivate it? Screams rang out one after another, but this time it was not the Yin souls, but the disciples of the netherworld sect who were being devoured by the 10,000 ghosts devouring body. In just 30 breaths of time, the netherworld sect had lost nearly half of its people, all of whom died from the backlash caused by the netherworld purgatory banner being damaged. However, the spirit array was still operating. The heavenly net absolute sealing array was a rather peculiar spirit array, but it was also a very flexible spirit array. 5 people could set it up. 10 people could also set it up. 20 people could also. So even if many of them died, the spirit array did not stop operating. It was just that the color of the black sphere seemed to have faded a lot, and 3 figures could be vaguely seen flying around inside, fighting fiercely. With nearly half of the people on their side dead, the remaining netherworld sect disciples were naturally frightened. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be no different from their dead brothers. Sooner or later, they would die from the backlash. But since Hua Feichen didn't speak, how could they dare to escape? If they really escaped at this time, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Netherworld sect, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Summon the Ghost King, a bunch of idiots. Lu Sheng suddenly cursed. The Netherworld sect's disciples were all shocked when they heard this. Then, a look of determination flashed across their faces as they formed hand seals and circulated their source chi. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood essence. It sprayed towards the black ball. The dark red blood was imprinted on the black ball, just like rainwater falling into the sea, quickly disappearing. However, the banner spirit within the black sphere seemed to have been provoked by something as it roared continuously. Hua Feichen promptly flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Lu Sheng quickly retreated, glaring at Yang Kai with resentment. The next moment, a ghost banner suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the symbol of a Yellow Springs disciple, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner. Holding the ghost flag with both hands, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at his artifact. With a wave of his hand, the ghost flag began to expand. Huff, huff. A rhythmic sound suddenly came from the ghost flag, like the sound of breathing, giving off a strange feeling. Along with this sound, the thick black chi and countless banner spirits within the black ball seemed to be attracted by something and converged towards the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in Lu Sheng's hand. In less than a moment, all the black chi and banner spirits disappeared. Yang Kai's group of three. Their field of vision was clear, leaving only the white light curtain of the Tai Osmanthus bowl covering the ground and sealing off space. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a sense of danger. While fighting with Hua Feichen, he glanced over at Lu Sheng, only to see Lu Sheng grinning as he shouted, "Yang Kai, let's see if you'll die or not." As soon as his words fell, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in his hand suddenly burst into a mass of black fog. Inside the black fog, two scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if they could devour one's soul, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Immediately, two huge ghost claws stretched out from the black fog. As the black fog swirled, a huge figure appeared. This figure was more than 50 feet tall. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face was repulsive. There was even a single horn that curved towards the sky on its forehead. Its mouth was filled with fangs. As soon as the figure appeared, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped to the freezing point in an instant. Asterisk huff. Asterisk a stream of white chi spewed out of the figure's nostrils and froze the void. Ghost King. Old Fu's eyes narrowed. He knew that these people from the Netherworld sect were going all out, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, it was either you die or they die. This Ghost King was different from the Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway. The Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway was naturally born and cultivated to such a powerful level over the years, but the one in front of them was a fusion of the banner spirits controlled by the Netherworld sect disciples. It was undeniable that the Ghost King's aura was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even old Fu, who was watching the battle from the outside, couldn't help but shiver. On the other hand, Lin Er, whose cultivation was lower, was unaffected, but a faint layer of light flickered on her body. It seemed that it was this light that prevented her from being corroded by the Yin Qi. "Martial uncle, help me!" Lu Sheng shouted. Hua Feichen immediately fainted and forced Yang Kai back. His figure flickered, and he retreated to Lu Sheng's side and punched himself in the chest. Asterisk poo. Asterisk blood spurted out from Hua Feichen's mouth and sprayed on the Ghost King's body, increasing its aura by a lot. Forming hand seals, Hua Feichen and Lu Sheng both wore solemn expressions, seemingly resonating with each other and establishing an inexplicable connection with the Ghost King. Yang Kai stood in place with a solemn expression, his eyes darting around as he sized up the Ghost King. As expected of a top sect in the Eastern Territory, they actually had such a strange secret technique. Yang Kai thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect such a change. On the other side, Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but can you be stronger than the Ghost King?" This is the combined strength of more than a dozen people from my netherworld sect. You will die without a doubt. Yang Kai snorted. You've said this many times today, but this young master is still standing here, isn't he? In Lushang couldn't restrain his anger, so he didn't want to waste any more words with him. Forming a seal with his hand, he shouted, Die! As soon as his words fell, the Ghost King's eyes burst with crimson light as it rushed towards Yang Kai like a marionette. Swallow it for me. Yang Kai pointed his finger, and countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out, forming a cloud of insects in midair and colliding head-on with the Ghost King. Hong Long. The insect cloud suddenly collapsed, and countless soul-devouring demon insects were sent flying and fell to the ground, their life and death unknown. On the other hand, the Ghost King was completely unscathed and its momentum was not reduced. After all, the insect cloud was composed of countless soul-devouring demon insects, so its structure was not dense, so how could it withstand such a collision? Naturally, it scattered at once, looking as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. In Lushang laughed and said, Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to be presumptuous? Serves you right today. The meaning of his words seemed to be that he felt Yang Kai had nothing to lose. Yang Kai sneered as he stared indifferently at the approaching Ghost King, not moving in the slightest. In Lushang's laughter came to an abrupt end as he stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that the Ghost King's body was covered with dark insects at some point. Obviously, they had quietly landed on it during the head-on collision just now. Kacha. The sound of silkworms biting mulberry leaves rang out, and the Ghost King showed an extremely pained expression as it opened its mouth and howled, its speed suddenly slowing down a lot. This? In Lushang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect these strange insects to be so powerful that they could even swallow the Ghost King. Hua Fei Chen's face flickered as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, Soul-devouring demon insects. These are soul-devouring demon insects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had cultivated for who knows how many years. Naturally, his knowledge and experience were extremely rich, so it was not surprising that he recognized soul-devouring demon insects. He didn't recognize them at first. After all, these soul-devouring demon insects were very different from the ones he had seen in ancient books. Whether it was their size or ferocity, they were incomparable to those recorded in ancient books. Only now did he have a flash of insight. After knowing that these were soul-devouring demon insects, Hua Fei Chen's expression became extremely flustered. In Lushang might not know how powerful these soul-devouring demon insects were, but he was well aware that the Netherworld Purgatory Banner and Een Souls were most afraid of these things. No wonder so many disciples have been killed. It turns out that these things are the cause of so many troubles. As he spoke, the soul-devouring demon insects that had fallen to the ground slowly got up, flapped their wings, and flew out with a buzzing sound, pouncing towards the Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, the huge Ghost King was covered by the soul-devouring demon insects, leaving only its two scarlet eyes vaguely visible. Gnawed by the soul-devouring demon insects, the Ghost King seemed to be unable to be controlled by In Lushang and Hua Fei Chen, constantly writhing and howling in pain. Hua Fei Chen knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly shouted, End this quickly. Once the soul-devouring demon insects appeared, they couldn't afford to delay. If this dragged on, the Ghost King would be gnawed until there was nothing left of it. At that time, he and In Lushang would also suffer the pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. More than a dozen disciples had died in front of him, and Hua Fei Chen didn't want to follow in their footsteps. In Lushang was also a smart person, so he naturally understood the gravity of the situation, so he immediately joined forces with Hua Fei Chen and forced the Ghost King to attack. Roar. With a roar. The Ghost King's two eyes became even redder, as if they were filled with blood. It no longer paid attention to the interference of the soul-devouring demon insects, and directly flew towards Yang Kai. In midair, the huge ghost claw reached out and a black scythe suddenly appeared in its hand, slashing towards Yang Kai. Chapter 25:53. The Ghost King's attack was extremely shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the biting cold wind had already cut Yang Kai's skin painfully. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk the myriad sword hummed as Yang Kai slashed it upwards, pushing his emperor chi fiercely as a dazzling sword light burst forth. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's pouncing figure paused slightly, its huge body leaning back a little, showing just how powerful Yang Kai's attack was. The feedback from the Ghost King made Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Qin's eyes shrink at the same time, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing directly into the white light curtain before coming to a stop. A trace of horror flashed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected the Ghost King to be so powerful. On the other side, Yin Lusheng saw Yang Kai suffer a loss and couldn't help laughing. With me and martial Uncle Hua working together, this Ghost King's strength is comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, what are you going to use to fight me? Quickly die. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the Ghost King to pounce on Yang Kai again, wanting to take Yang Kai's life before he could catch his breath. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the huge black scythe slashed down again with unstoppable might, directly cutting Yang Kai's body in half. Hua Feichen raised his brow and shouted without hesitation, an illusion. With the two of them working together, their perception seemed to have become extremely sharp. They immediately saw that Yang Kai had already escaped, and that what was cut in half was just an illusion left behind by Yang Kai. Ghost King, come back? Yin Lusheng also shouted without hesitation, changing his hand seals continuously. The Ghost King suddenly burst into a cloud of black mist. It disappeared strangely. The next moment, 3 meters in front of Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared, his expression indifferent, the myriad sword in his hand pulsing with sword chi as he slashed towards the two. Yin Lusheng met his eyes and sneered. There wasn't the slightest panic. Behind Yang Kai, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared. In the black fog, the Ghost King's body was faintly discernible, and a huge sickle swept across the sky. Yang Kai frowned as a chill ran down his spine. How could he not know that the Ghost King had caught up to him? He didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones that he couldn't get rid of. He had originally planned to capture the ringleader and kill Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen. He would not fight the Ghost King head-on. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work out. In a hurry, Yang Kai had no choice but to flee from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 feet away. What's the point of jumping around, Yang Kai? If you're still a man, let's go all out and fight. Yin Lusheng was furious. He found that although this space had been sealed, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his space ability to escape, Yang Kai was still able to move freely in this sealed space, as slippery as a loach, making it impossible for him to catch him. Yang Kai sneered, "You joined forces with your martial uncle and so many brothers to support you. Yet you still have the nerve to say that you want to go all out and fight with me? Are you out of your mind?" Yin Lusheng's face was filled with embarrassment, but he still stubbornly said, "If you have the ability, you can also find your martial uncle and brothers. This Yin won't say anything to you." Yang Kai snorted, twisting words and forcing logic. He pointed the myriad sword in his hand at Yin Lusheng and said provocatively, "Surnamed Yin, new and old grudges are destined to be settled today. If you're still a man, fight one-on-one with this young master, and see if this young master can beat you to the point that even your mother won't recognize you." "My mother died a long time ago. Why bother with her?" Yin Lusheng said angrily. Yang Kai said sarcastically, "You are the chief disciple of Netherworld sect and an overlord of great desolate stars territory. What's wrong? You don't even have the guts to fight one-on-one with me?" Yin Lusheng's face was gloomy and anger surged in his heart. Even the Ghost King under his control flickered with light. Whether it was as the chief disciple of Netherworld sect or as the overlord of great desolate stars territory, Yin Lusheng had his own pride. If it were anyone else who said this, he would have already rushed over and slapped them, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to fight one-on-one. He had also seen Yang Kai's strength and ability. He was definitely not his opponent, so he would be the one to suffer a loss. Martial nephew, he's stalling for time. Hua Fei-chen said with a cold face. As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghost King intentionally or unintentionally. The Ghost King's body was densely covered with soul-devouring insects, which were constantly emitting crackling sounds. Obviously, they were devouring the Ghost King's energy. In such a short time, Hua Fei-chen could already feel that the Ghost King had weakened a lot. If he continued to dawdle, he was afraid that before Yang Kai could kill him, the Ghost King would die first. Once the Ghost King was destroyed, all the Netherworld sect disciples present would suffer a backlash, including him and Yin Lusheng. I know. Yin Lusheng gritted his teeth. There's no time to lose, hurry up. Hua Fei-chen shouted as he formed a seal again. Yin Lusheng cooperated with him and glanced at Lin outside, whether intentionally or unintentionally. What a waste. Lin coldly snorted. A group of people was fighting one person, and even something like the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was arranged. Yet they were still being slaughtered. How could this group of people from Netherworld sect be so useless? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come to them to help her vent her anger. Now that she hadn't vented her anger, she had accumulated a lot. Especially when she saw Yang Kai strutting around. Lin Er's lungs were about to explode. She couldn't wait to go up and teach him a lesson herself. She didn't even consider that she was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How could she have the ability to teach Yang Kai a lesson? Didn't she see that Hua Fei-chen, Yin Lusheng, and the others were now facing a formidable enemy? Eowou. It was unknown what secret technique the two Netherworld sect disciples from the Emperor realm had used, but the Ghost King suddenly roared towards the sky, and the scythe in its hand became even more powerful. Its huge body, like a willow catkin, floated in front of Yang Kai in an instant and swept towards him. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Do you think this kind of attack is still effective against this young master?" Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to capture their leader. He just needed to continue wasting time with this group of Netherworld sect disciples, and it wouldn't take long for the soul-devouring insects to devour the Ghost King. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action personally, as the people from the Netherworld sect wouldn't have a good end. So when he spoke, he was about to move away. But at this moment, the huge ancient Kasha phantom on the white light curtain that had been covering the earth shook, and a branch peeled off from the light curtain and swept towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. How could Yang Kai have thought of such a change? He didn't know how this white light curtain was formed, and thought that it was something arranged by the Netherworld sect disciples. Previously, this thing didn't make any unusual movements and only sealed the space around it, so Yang Kai wasn't prepared at all. This moment of carelessness caused one of his arms to be tied up by the branch. Stunned, he struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. But this wasn't the end. As the ancient Kasha phantom continued to shake, 3 more branches attacked him like soft whips, accurately wrapping around his other arm and 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was entangled by 4 branches and pulled into the shape of the Chinese character Da. The branches tightened and dragged him into the air. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at the red-clothed girl called Lin, only to see that her small face was slightly pale and her hands were forming seals as if she was using some kind of secret technique. It was all her doing. Yang Kai suddenly realized and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Little girl, you're courting death." Because he was worried about the other party's background, he had only given her a small punishment in Desolate City. Now that he saw her mingling with the people from the Netherworld sect, he didn't want to do anything to her. He just planned to deal with these people from the Netherworld sect and ignore her. Who would have thought that she would have such a strange method, catching him off guard? Yang Kai's heart was filled with killing intent. Lin was also taken aback when she saw him so fierce, but she soon gritted her teeth and said, "I won't die even if you die." Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "Young Lady Lin, well done. Let's see how this little brat will hide." Although Hua Fei-chen didn't say a word, he was still pushing his Emperor Qi to control the Ghost King to rush in front of Yang Kai with Yin Lusheng. The huge scythe swung down, and the aura of death rushed towards Yang Kai. Yin Lusheng's eyes widened, seemingly wanting to enjoy the scene of Yang Kai's death. Hua Fei-chen also had a smile on his face, feeling that this matter was finally over. If Kai Yang was still able to escape under these circumstances, then that would be too inconceivable. The attack arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink to the size of a needle tip as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." With a deafening roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The whole world seemed to tremble as dragon pressure filled the air, causing all creatures to submit. The Ghost King pouncing towards Yang Kai couldn't help but pause slightly, its attack also pausing for a moment. Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Qin opened their mouths wide as they stared at the roaring dragon head in a daze, a feeling of absurdity rising in their hearts. Lin was even more unbearable. Her cultivation was the lowest, so under the influence of the dragon pressure, her tender body swayed and she almost fell. Affected by this, the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl was greatly reduced. She couldn't display the full power of this emperor artifact, nor could she maintain it for long, so under this influence, the pure white light curtain showed signs of collapsing. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of big scenes, so she quickly grit her teeth and held on, not daring to let Yang Kai break free from her shackles. The golden dragon head phantom flashed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws and strange dragon scales appeared on his exposed skin. Even behind him, a dragon tail composed of golden energy appeared and swept across the ground, creating a shocking sight. Hong. The Ghost King's attack arrived as expected and landed directly on Yang Kai's chest. Gu Ji. A teeth-numbing sound of friction rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's attack didn't seem to have hit flesh and blood, but rather the hardest artifact. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, but what stunned everyone was that while the blood of others was red, his was golden. On his chest, there was a foot-long wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Even though Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation secret technique, which greatly increased his defensive power, he still felt uncomfortable after taking the Ghost King's attack head-on. Chapter 2554. If it weren't for the soul-devouring insects devouring a lot of the Ghost King's power, and if it weren't for his powerful physical body, this blow would have taken his life. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were extremely shocking, especially around his wounds, where there was a dark energy entangling them, hindering Yang Kai's recovery and eroding his flesh and blood. This was the Ghost King's Yin energy, which was extremely difficult to expel. He didn't die? Yin Lisheng's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe how hard Yang Kai's body was, and that strange secret technique he had just used. He clearly saw a dragon head and felt a pure dragon pressure radiating from it. Could that really be a divine spirit? Thinking so, Yin Lisheng's legs trembled for no reason. I can't hold on much longer, Lin gritted her teeth and whispered. With her weak cultivation, it was already very rare for her to be able to use an emperor artifact like the Tai cinnamon bowl for such a long time. She couldn't hold on for much longer, and with her mind shaken by the dragon pressure just now, her source chi was running out and she couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Qin were shocked when they heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. They pushed their emperor chi and controlled the Ghost King to attack again. It wasn't easy to use this young lady's power to restrain Yang Kai and make him a target. If they still couldn't kill him, then only death awaited them. You're all going to die. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he struggled to break free. With a few cracking sounds, the branches that bound his hands and feet were broken. Lin let out a soft cry, as if she had suffered some backlash. The pure white light screen slowly retracted. It turned back into a sparkling and translucent jade bowl and flew towards her, disappearing into her body. Without the suppression of this emperor artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten, and his whole body was full of energy. It wasn't until now that he realized that the white light curtain was actually an emperor artifact. The Ghost King pounced ferociously, but Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it, his expression solemn. Emperor Qi surged like a tide as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, shuttling like a dream. The moment the flowing time Great Emperor used the divine technique of the Great Emperors, time seemed to freeze at this moment. The seal rumbled towards Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Qin, But the two of them were completely unaware of it as they stared ahead with wide eyes. It felt like an instant, but it also felt like millions of years. By the time their eyes regained their clarity, the seal was already in front of them. Lu Shang's face filled with horror as his hands quickly danced. Blood essence kept spurting out of his mouth as he shouted, "Martial uncle, hold on!" No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he quickly retreated like a loach. At the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly weakened. Even though he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, his cultivation level also plummeted. This secret technique seemed to be extremely harmful to the user. Hua Fei-chun was inconsolable. The others didn't know what kind of secret technique Lu Shang had used. However, he was extremely clear about this. Lu Shang had obviously severed his own cultivation. He had used this opportunity to cut off his connection with the Netherworld Purgatory banner. In this way, he wouldn't suffer the backlash of the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, but correspondingly, he would be giving up all his years of cultivation in the Netherworld sect. Everything would have to start from scratch, and there was even the danger of damaging his foundation. He had been entrusted by this martial nephew of his to come here with more than 20 disciples to help him get rid of his enemies. But at this critical moment of life and death, he had actually fled and pushed himself out to take the blame. What could be more depressing than this? Hua Fei-chun almost coughed up blood in anger as he cursed the Netherworld sect for raising such an ungrateful wretch. How could he not have seen it before? It was true that distance tested a horse's strength, and time revealed a person's heart. If he had a choice, he would rather have stayed in the sect and meditated. How could he have run out into these muddy waters, putting his life on the line? Before he could finish his thoughts, the flowing time great emperors shuttling like a shuttle seal had already reached him. It was also thanks to his resistance that Lu Shang was able to escape. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Hua Fei-chun's skin became old and his vitality quickly drained from his body. It was as if thousands of years had passed. Bastard! Hua Fei-chun turned his head to look in the direction Lu Shang had escaped and cursed while clenching his teeth. Then, his head tilted and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The principle of time had eroded his body, making him unable to resist at all. Death was only a matter of time. Without his control, the Ghost King suddenly went berserk, its eyes turning red like burning charcoal as it waved the huge scythe in its hand and attacked aimlessly. More than a dozen screams sounded at the same time as the Netherworld sect disciples who were still at death's door fell to the ground one after another. Black energy emerged from their bodies and burned them like flames. They had obviously suffered a backlash and had no hope of survival. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, nor did he care about the Ghost King that had gone out of control. He just coldly glanced in Lin Er's direction and snorted, "I'll deal with you later." As soon as Lin Er met his cold gaze, she couldn't help shivering. It seemed that she really wasn't scared, but she still stubbornly glared at Yang Kai, not flinching. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after Lu Shang. "Young lady, run." Old Fu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly sent a message. If they didn't run now, they might not have another chance to escape. 2 Netherworld sect masters from the Emperor realm had joined forces. More than 20 disciples assisted them, and even summoned their Ghost King. But they still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai and were instead being slaughtered. This guy called Kai Yang, his strength was simply too strong. His loss in Desolate City was not unjustified. With the strength he showed, killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. "What are you running for?" Lin Er shouted angrily. "This young lady is right here. Let's see if he dares to attack me." She said this out of anger, mainly because no one dared to kill her. What's more, her legs were weak and she really couldn't run. Old Fu was anxious and said, "Young lady, can't you see that he is in a killing frenzy? If he accidentally injures young lady's precious body, how can this old master explain it to master?" Lin Er snorted, "Give him 180 times the courage. Let's see if he tries." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Because of the young lady's interference, Yang Kai was struck by the Ghost King, and his wound was still bleeding. He definitely wouldn't let the young lady go easily. Old Fu's earnest persuasion was useless, but he didn't dare to force the young lady, so he was really anxious. On the other side, Lu Sheng didn't escape far before Yang Kai caught up. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tracking and escaping were his forte. What's more, Lu Sheng's strength had plummeted, and his aura was constantly weakening. He was on the verge of the Tao's source realm, so how could he outrun him? As he ran, he looked back and saw Yang Kai following behind him like a ghost, his face so cold that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost. While chasing, Yang Kai ridiculed, "Run. Let's see where you can run to." Lu Sheng knew that he couldn't escape, so he steeled his heart and suddenly summoned an object in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and was about to activate its power. But the moment he turned around, he was startled because Yang Kai was already standing in front of him, staring coldly at the object in his hand. Before Lu Sheng could activate his power, Yang Kai had already swung his myriad sword. Schwa. One of Lu Sheng's arms flew out. Blood gushed out from the severed arm like a fountain. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the object that Lu Sheng had been holding in his hand, glanced at it, and coldly snorted, "Emperor Authority Bead. I knew it was this damn thing." Previously, in the Shattered Star Sea, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi, so he knew that the most outstanding disciples of their sects had treasures bestowed by their elders to protect them. The Emperor Authority Bead was the most common thing. Although it was not easy to condense and was still a consumable, if one had one on them, they could turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. Feng Shi had almost used his father's Emperor Authority Bead to kill Yang Kai. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years of being afraid of ropes, how could Yang Kai not be on guard against Lu Sheng? So this time, he didn't give Lu Sheng a chance to summon the Emperor Authority Bead and directly cut off his arm. Lu Sheng, whose arm had been cut off, seemed to have only just realized what had happened. Staring at his severed arm in a daze, he screamed miserably, staggered back, and fell to the ground, his face ashen. Zheng. A cold light approached as Yang Kai, holding the myriad sword, looked down at Lu Sheng condescendingly. The tip of the sword pointed at the bridge of Lu Sheng's nose. The sword chi was like the tongue of a viper, swallowing and spitting. Lu Sheng's screams came to an abrupt end as he couldn't help gulping, a look of horror on his face. He knew that he had been thoroughly defeated. Even if Yang Kai spared him this time, Lu Sheng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate again, because in order to escape, he had used a forbidden technique to sever his cultivation, damaging his foundation. At this moment, his strength had fallen to the Saint King realm, and it was still falling. Speaking of which, we don't seem to have any deep enmity between us. Yang Kai looked at Lu Sheng, letting the blood from his chest drip to the ground as he said expressionlessly, "You're courting death." If he had stayed in the Netherworld sect to consolidate his cultivation and put aside his grievances with Yang Kai, he might have been able to take over his master's mantle and take charge of the Netherworld sect in the future, but he had brought people here to intercept and kill Yang Kai. One wrong step after another. Lu Sheng grinned. On the path of the martial Tao, who can say clearly what is right and wrong? Today, I am defeated, but in the future, you may not be able to reach the peak. So what are you so proud of? Perhaps. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but I can go further than you and see more. Lu Sheng's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. What are your last words? Let's hear them. Yang Kai asked lightly. Lu Sheng ground his teeth. I will wait for you on the Yellow Spring Road. Still so stubborn? Yang Kai coldly snorted, pointing his sword forward. Believe it or not, I won't kill you and will refine your soul. Lu Sheng closed his mouth at once, no longer daring to act presumptuously. Sometimes, death was not the most terrible thing. What was more terrible was to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning. I was just kidding. As he spoke, the myriad's sword sank slightly and slowly stabbed forward. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in an instant as he clearly heard the myriad's sword stabbing into his body and into his heart. That slow and terrifying feeling instantly enveloped him. Chapter 25:55. My Netherworld sect will not let you off so easily. A murmur sounded from not far away. Young Kai turned his head and saw Hua Fei Chen lying on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. His eyes were completely ashen, as if he had been dead for God knows how many days. After saying this, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. He had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's seal of shuttle, but he had managed to hold on until now. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about the threat of death. Reaching out, he took the space ring from Yin Lu Sheng's hand and threw it into his sleeve. This was the chief disciple of the Netherworld sect, so he must have a lot of good things on him. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Before he could turn around and deal with Hua Fei Chen's body, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly threw away the Emperor Authority bead in his hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Emperor Authority bead exploded and turned into dust that dissipated into the air. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and uncertain. His good mood was instantly ruined. He gritted his teeth and said, "Restrictive spell." He didn't know what kind of restriction had been placed on the Emperor Authority bead, but it was definitely related to Yin Lu Sheng's life and death. After all, this was a protective treasure given to Yin Lu Sheng by the Netherworld sect's sect master. Once Yin Lu Sheng died, the restriction would be triggered, causing this Emperor Authority bead to go to waste. Yang Kai's heart ached, but at this point, there was no point in feeling distressed, so he could only collect his emotions, walk over to Hua Fei Chen, and collect his space ring. On the other side, the Ghost King that had lost control was no longer a concern. Countless soul-devouring insects were gnawing at its body. They treated it as a delicious meal. Presumably, it wouldn't take long for it to be completely devoured. More than 20 corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. Yang Kai himself was also injured. The wound caused by the Ghost King's scythe had not healed yet. The edges of the wound were twisted with dark energy, constantly corroding his flesh. Yang Kai waved his hand. Immediately, a small swarm of soul-devouring insects flew toward him and landed on his wound. Since the soul-devouring insects could eat the Ghost King, then they would definitely be able to deal with the Ghost King's cold aura. He had summoned them over to treat his injuries. Just as he thought, the soul-devouring insects started devouring his wounds as soon as they fell into them. A moment later, the pitch-black energy was completely swallowed up, and without the erosion and interference of this cold aura, the powerful restorative ability of Yang Kai's golden blood finally played a role. His flesh and blood began wriggling, and it would probably only take a few days for him to fully recover. Until now, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the girl in red. The moment their gazes met, Lin couldn't help but gulp. Even though she spoke beautifully just now, she was actually scared to death. She had never seen anyone so savage. He could actually fight one against many and kill all of his enemies. Moreover, the people he killed were not ordinary people. Those were two from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, plus a group of Dao Source Realm masters who had arranged the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array. Coupled with the huge wound on Yang Kai's chest, he looked even more ferocious. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lin would be lying if she said she didn't panic. She felt a little regretful now. If she had known this would happen, she would have fled with old Fu instead of staying here and acting brave. She didn't think that with Yang Kai's ability, even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be able to get far unless she and old Fu returned to the Ancient Lands passageway. Only with the help of the strange fog could they get rid of Yang Kai. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk Yang Kai walked over step by step, his eyes cold, giving Lin great pressure. Old Fu was eager to protect his master and had already flashed in front of Lin with a vigilant look. "You're quite obedient." Yang Kai walked up to them, stood still, and pointed his sword at them, saying coldly, "Since you're so honest, this young master can give you a quick death. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Old Fu became anxious when he heard this. Is he serious? How many people in this world would dare point a sword at his young lady and ask her how she wants to die? Looking at the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, it seemed he really didn't intend to let them go. Thinking about it, he was bound by his young lady's emperor artifact and almost lost his life at the hands of the Netherworld sect's disciples. But how could his young lady die? If she died, this world would fall into chaos. Old Fu quickly said, "Young master, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This time, we were wrong. Please show mercy and pretend today's matter never happened." "How about it?" "Never happened?" Yang Kai squinted at him angrily and coldly snorted. "Are the wounds on this young master's body fake? How can I pretend it never happened?" The wounds had not healed yet, and the white bones were still exposed. How could he pretend this never happened? Old Fu's face darkened as he said, "This old master is saying this for your own good. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "This young master knows you have a powerful background and have the backing of the master. But so what? Once you fall into this young master's hands, your life and death are in my hands. Losers should know their place. Yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly? Do you believe I won't stab you with my sword?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned his sword and pointed it directly at Old Fu's chest. His wrist swayed, and the sharp tip of the sword cut through Old Fu's clothes, scaring him so much that he hurriedly took a step back. The momentum he had been trying to muster instantly disappeared like a frosted eggplant. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would stab him in a fit of anger. If the young lady was killed, this guy would definitely be in trouble, but if he was killed, no one would stand up for him. He was a guard responsible for protecting the young lady's safety, but now that he couldn't even protect his own life, how could he protect the young lady? He had met someone who didn't care about his life. Old Fu's heart was filled with hatred. If he had known that this person was so strong, and if he had known that the Netherworld sect's people were trash, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to cooperate with the Netherworld sect and brought the young lady to provoke Yang Kai again and again. But then again, who knew that a First Order Emperor Realm Master would be so strong? Then what do you want? Old Fu softened his momentum and asked weakly. Right now, he was meat on someone's chopping block, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He would put aside all humiliation for the time being and think about it when he was alive. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." This young master has already said that everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Your young lady is so stubborn, and sooner or later, she will cause a big disaster. Why don't this young master clean up the sect for the master behind you now, so he won't have to worry about it? Old Fu was shocked. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow just now. This person's murderous intent was unrelenting, and he was determined to kill the young lady. What should he do? He didn't dare to hesitate anymore and hurriedly said, "Do you know who we are? Who is my young lady? She is, get lost." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and kicked him. Caught off guard, Old Fu could only watch helplessly as the foot came right at his face. He let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. His nose was almost crushed by the kick, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. After taking care of Old Fu with one kick, Yang Kai glared at the red-clothed girl and said in a deep voice, "You little devil, this young master was kind enough to let you go in Desolation City, but not only did you not repay him, you even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to bully this young master. Today, I will take your life and teach you that there are some people in this world you can't afford to offend." The girl was shocked and her beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "You dare!" But before she could finish her words, she saw Yang Kai raise his sword and slash at her. In an instant, the girl's pretty face turned extremely pale as the aura of death enveloped her, causing her whole body to turn cold and her hands and feet to tremble. She had never experienced anything like this before. Since she was a child, she had always been pampered and pampered. Who dared to disobey her orders wherever she went? Not to mention someone who dared to kill her. But now, someone wanted to take her life. It wasn't just empty words. He was really going to do it. She was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and using the Emperor artifact just now consumed a lot of her energy. Now that she couldn't even walk properly, how could she defend herself against this attack? Death. So this is what it feels like? Someone really dares to kill me? The girl was stunned in place, as if she had been paralyzed. The myriad sword slashed down, and Yang Kai didn't hold back at all. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, Even old Fu could be cut in two, let alone the delicate girl. But just as the myriad sword was about to hit, a black pendant around the girl's neck suddenly burst open, turning into a dark barrier that wrapped around her. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The myriad sword hit the barrier but failed to damage it in the slightest. Instead, it knocked Yang Kai back a few steps. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't surprised at all, as if he had expected this. He stared at the dark barrier and coldly snorted. After the dark barrier protected the girl, it immediately turned into a beam of black light, circled the surroundings, and shot directly into old Fu, who was lying on the ground. Asterisk Wong. Asterisk the world hummed as an unimaginable pressure suddenly spread out. Judging from the source, it was obvious that old Fu was lying on the ground. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk within 100 kilometers, all the birds and beasts scattered, as if they had sensed some kind of danger and fled for their lives. Yang Kai couldn't help gulping as he secretly raised his guard. He couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was clearly the soul descent of a master. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Shi had played such a trick, and it was still fresh in his memory. These elites from the top sects all seemed to have their own trump cards. The Emperor Authority bead was the most common one, but the Soul Descent bead was undoubtedly more powerful. It was the descent of a true expert's soul. Although it wouldn't be able to display the full strength of the expert, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. The descent of a master's soul not only brought about pressure in terms of strength, but also prestige and reputation. There were only so many top masters, so once a soul descent occurred, who dared to underestimate them? Feng Shi could make his father's soul descent into the Shattered Star Sea. So this young lady Lin, could naturally do the same. Yang Kai had long known that this would happen, so he didn't expect to kill the girl, but he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 2556. That inexplicable master had his own reasons for choosing to use soul descent on old Fu. Firstly, Liner was a woman, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Secondly, old Fu was much stronger than Liner, so the soul descent would allow him to display more of his abilities. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if old Fu's body was damaged afterwards. The soul descent of a master was also a great burden on the body of a weak person. Under Yang Kai's gaze, old Fu, who was lying on the ground, stood up straight. His white hair fluttered without the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the sea, inspiring awe in all who looked at him. In the blink of an eye, old Fu's temperament changed drastically. His gaze swept over everyone, as if he could look down on the world with disdain. Old Fu's gaze swept over everyone, pausing on Yang Kai for a moment before turning to Lin. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lin also seemed to have reacted at this moment. She reached out and touched the place where the pendant used to be on her neck, then glanced at old Fu. After meeting his familiar gaze, she couldn't help shrinking her neck as she realized what was going on. "Father," Lin called out softly like a mosquito. Instead of feeling happy about her father's soul descent, she looked scared instead. "Humph." Old Fu coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Shouldn't you be reflecting on your mistakes behind closed doors? Why are you here?" Lin was rendered speechless by this question. Her eyes flinched, not daring to look at her father at all. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This young lady must have snuck out secretly. No wonder she's so scared even after her father's soul descent. Why do all these little girls like to do this? Mo Shaoqi also often comes out of Spirit Beast Island. This girl in front of me is also the same. They're all spoiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "What trouble have you caused this time?" Old Fu asked. Liner didn't answer. Instead, she looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. "Why aren't you answering my question?" Old Fu suddenly shouted. Lin's tender body trembled as she reflexively blurted out, "Your daughter was bullied." As she spoke, tears fell one by one down her white cheeks. She was as sad as she could be. She was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, as if she was a completely different person. Yang Kai was stunned. This young lady's acting. It seems she's done this kind of thing. Tears flowed down her cheeks as if they were free. She cried in a heartbroken manner, as if someone had really done something to her. She even pointed at Yang Kai and said, "It's him. Father, is, and he is." Lin Er's crying stopped abruptly. Old man Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. This king is talking to his daughter. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips. His heart was filled with disgust. Old man Fu asked, "You don't seem surprised to see this king?" Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to be surprised about? If it weren't for your protection, with your daughter's temper and ability to cause trouble, she wouldn't have lived to this day. God knows where she would have died long ago." This guy wasn't polite to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't bother to give him a good face. Anyway, he wasn't in the wrong this time. Yang Kai didn't believe that this old man could really bully him. Feng Shi's father, Feng Xian, could stand up for his son regardless of his face, but this old man in front of him would never do that. He had to consider his own identity. It was because of this that Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Lin stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had never thought that this guy's courage would be so big, daring to say such words to her father. This was not something anyone could do. How did she provoke such a person? Lin regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Old man Fu's eyes sharpened as he asked, "Boy, are you accusing this king of not disciplining her?" Yang Kai snorted and ignored him. Why ask such a simple question and slap his own face? Seeing his indifferent look, old man Fu was surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this king?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Why would I be afraid of you?" If it was before he went to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai might have been afraid, but he was not an ignorant person now. He had even seen the great emperors of the secular world and the heaven-devouring great emperor, so he had a lot of experience. "Do you know who this king is?" Old man Fu asked again. Yang Kai remained indifferent for a while before cupping his fists and saying, "Junior Yang Kai greets the Serene Soul Master." This salute was not out of fear, but out of respect for the master. Old man Fu was really shocked this time. Yang Kai had actually seen through his identity, so it was obvious that he knew who he was. As Yang Kai said, the Soul Descender was one of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the Serene Soul Great Emperor. He was also the overlord of the Eastern Territory and the founder of the Serene Soul Palace. The soul contracts that circulated throughout the entire Star Boundary were also created by this person. Yang Kai knew this only because of the attitude of the Netherworld sect and the others towards Lin Er. The Netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, so if Lin Er's identity was not more noble than theirs, how could they be so polite to her? Who else could be more noble than the people of the Netherworld sect? It wasn't surprising that he knew about this after all the connections he had. "How do you know?" Old man Fu raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "I guessed." Old man Fu's eyes flashed, but he didn't dwell on this issue and pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you already knew Lin Er's background, why did you dare to kill her? Could it be you want to lure this king out?" This old man's mind is not ordinary. After being exposed, Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and cupped his fists. Master's eyes are sharp. This junior does have such intentions. Of course, if he didn't show up, Yang Kai would really kill him to silence him. Lin Er had provoked him time and time again and almost caused him to die at the hands of the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai couldn't pretend that this matter didn't happen. Old man Fu curiously asked, "Why did you try so hard to lure this king out?" Yang Kai sighed and said with a bitter face, "Master, this junior had no choice but to do this. I was forced by your daughter. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Er didn't panic at this moment. Her father's soul was here, so her life was definitely not in danger. What she was worried about was how long she would be imprisoned after she was captured. Yang Kai glanced at her and snapped, "If it weren't for your background, do you think you would still be alive to speak?" Lin Er snorted and turned her head away, too lazy to argue with him. However, when she recalled the scene when Yang Kai swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, she couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. In her heart, she knew that he was right. If it weren't for her father's protection, she really would have died. Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists. "Serene Soul Master, your daughter has made things difficult for me time and time again. This junior didn't want to argue with her. She's a little girl, after all, so it's understandable for her to be a little naughty. But this brat let her go again and again. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even colluded with the people of the Netherworld sect to ambush and kill me. This is truly intolerable. This brat was enraged and killed more than 20 people of the Netherworld sect here. Old Man Fu raised his eyes and looked over. He had noticed the corpses on the ground earlier, but he didn't expect them to be from Netherworld sect. Is this brat really so strong? He's just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can he kill so many people? Yang Kai continued, the deaths of the people from Netherworld sect are not regrettable, but your daughter didn't dare to act rashly. You're lying. Lin pointed angrily at Yang Kai and shouted, you clearly wanted to kill me just now. Yang Kai sneered, if I didn't put your life in danger, how could I lure the master out? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked, what do you want to do after luring this king out? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and said, Master, I don't dare to kill your daughter, but I have to vent my anger, right? Naturally, I can only look for you to reason with. Who told my fist to be weaker than yours? Old Man Fu sneered softly. What do you mean? Do you think I deserve to be bullied? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, I almost lost my life because of your daughter. Look at this wound. It hurts a lot. Old Man Fu glanced down at the foot-long wound on Yang Kai's chest and was a little moved. This brat can still talk to me without batting an eyelid after suffering such a serious injury. What a weirdo. Isn't he afraid that I'll smash him into a meat patty? This king understands. Then how are you going to reason with this king? Old Man Fu looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, this king is here now. Say whatever you want. You won't have the chance if you're too late. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Master, don't tell me you're thinking of killing me to silence me? If word of you doing such a thing as a master gets out, what will happen to your reputation? Old Man Fu said, no matter what your motive is, it's a fact that you want to kill this king's daughter. What does it matter if this king kills you? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, are you trying to bully me with your power? This old man is too shameless. I thought that as one of the 10 great emperors, he would at least care about his reputation. Who would have thought that he would be so shameless? On the other hand, Liner was happy and shouted, Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him. Old Man Fu sneered and looked at Yang Kai. Are you afraid? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, what's there to be afraid of? This young master has fought side by side with the great emperors. It's not like I haven't seen the great emperor's abilities. This young master is also a person who has seen the world. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as he said this, Old Man Fu's expression became strange, and he asked, you fought side by side with Old Man Hongqian? Yes. Yang Kai snorted and said, if Master's true body came, this junior would naturally run away, but Master is only a wisp of your soul now. How much strength can you display? Forgive this junior for being blunt, but this junior can drag your daughter down with me before I die. I don't know if Master cares about your daughter's life. Chapter 25:57. Yang Kai's ferocious look showed that he really intended to do so, not just for show. Despicable. Liner's face turned white with anger. This bastard really wants to kill me. You better not fall into this young lady's hands, or I'll make you suffer. Master, if you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai shook his myriad sword and assumed a posture of mutual destruction. Old Fu's expression was indifferent as he whispered, fighting side by side with the great emperors of the human world? Boy, you're bragging a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Yang Kai said, boy, I'm just stating facts and reasoning. I never brag. Is that so? Old Fu smiled meaningfully, pausing for a moment before saying, just wait. Wait for what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, frowning slightly. He didn't know what this person in front of him wanted to do, but he knew that he was no match for this person, so he didn't dare to take him lightly. This person in front of him was not someone Yang Kai could compare to. Although he was only a soul descender, Yang Kai didn't have much confidence in being an enemy, but when it came to escaping, he still had some confidence. If it wasn't for this, How could he still stand here and speak so confidently without a change in expression? Old Fu's eyes darkened as he stood motionless. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he didn't dare to make any movements lest he annoy the other party. Towering mountains were covered in white snow. Within the snow-capped mountains, there was a continuous rise and fall of buildings. From time to time, cultivators would fly through the air. The pavilions below were also bustling with people coming and going, creating an extremely lively scene. Brothers from the same sect were comparing notes with each other, just like beautiful flowers playing chess in a pavilion. Groups of maidservants passed by. They came and went in a hurry. Countless plum blossoms bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. Many tamed rare beasts ran through the forest, rolling up rays of light. It was like a paradise on earth, and the world energy was extremely rich. This was the overlord sect of the Eastern Territory, the Serene Soul Palace. Those who had never been to the Serene Soul Palace would never have dared to imagine such a scene inside the sect. Just by hearing the name of the sect, one would think that this place was filled with a ghostly aura. The difference between imagination and reality was simply too great. At the peak of the tallest mountain, under the cover of white snow, there was a palace that occupied a vast area. The palace was cold and cheerless, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Within a radius of 100 miles around the mountain, not a single person could be seen. Even the birds and beasts that scurried about in the wilderness did not dare to approach this place. This was the forbidden area of the Serene Soul Palace, the place where the great emperors of Serene Soul cultivated in seclusion. Serene Soul was one of the 10 great emperors and stood at the peak of the star boundary. It was normal for her to be in seclusion for several decades or even centuries. Without being summoned, no one dared to disturb him. Even her children needed to ask for permission before they could set foot in this place. However, even the young palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, Hyoji, had not seen his father for a full 3 years. He only knew that his father seemed to be comprehending some kind of secret technique and could not be disturbed. At this moment, in the palace, under the flickering lights, 2 figures sat cross-legged facing each other. One of them had black hair without a beard, wore a black robe, and had an indifferent expression. However, he had the natural dignity of a superior, causing others to feel fear. This was the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, one of the great emperors, the Serene Soul Palace Master, one of the 10 great emperors. The person sitting opposite him was an elderly man. This elderly man did not seem to be sitting properly. His body was slumped, and he had a bored expression on his face. His eyes were rolling around, constantly looking left and right, as if he wanted to see if there was anything valuable in this damned place. He was prepared to take advantage of the great emperors of Serene Soul to steal it when they were not paying attention. That expression coupled with his actions at this moment could not be described as sneaky. If Hyoji saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because only his father and a few of his closest confidants were allowed to set foot in this palace. No outsider had ever entered this place. However, at this moment, there was an elderly man of unknown origin sitting face to face with his father. Yet, his father wasn't on guard at all. If Yang Kai saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This elderly man was none other than Duan Hongchun, who had not been separated from him for long in the wilderness of Purple Mountain. He did not know why Duan Hongchun had come here, and directly found the great emperors of Serene Soul. In the silence, only the crackling of the lights could be heard. Suddenly, the great emperors of Serene Soul slowly opened his eyes. Duan Hongchun was shocked. He straightened his back and asked anxiously, "Is it done?" "Not yet." The great emperors of Serene Soul slowly shook his head. Duan Hongchun was startled and asked in astonishment, "If it's not done, then why are you opening your eyes? Hurry up and finish it. This old man still has something to ask of you." He had an extremely impolite look on his face, as if he was very familiar with the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "Your matter is not urgent. I have something to ask of you." Duan Hongchun curiously asked, "Ask of me? What do you need to ask of me?" The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth said that he had fought side by side with you. Is this true?" Yang Kai had just started bragging, and he had already come to confront Duan Hongchen. Who knew what Yang Kai would think if he knew? Duan Hongchen sneered and said, "You believe what others say? What nonsense! When did this old man ever fight side by side with others? He must be using this old man's tiger skin as a flag to scare you. Quickly send him away. This old man's matter is more important." Serene Soul nodded and said, "I think so too." He also felt that Yang Kai was bragging. Who was Duan Hongchen? Even if he had cut off his own cultivation and his strength had greatly decreased, there was no need for him to join forces with others to fight against an enemy. However, Duan Hongchen happened to be in his Serene Soul Palace at this moment, so it was not difficult to ask. "Wait a minute." Duan Hongchen suddenly shouted again with a strange expression on his face. "Who said this guy? What does he look like?" He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a guy who had fought side by side with him, and it was not long ago. Serene Soul did not answer, and just waved her hand in front of her. The space between them quickly rippled, and a clear image was immediately imprinted in Duan Hongchen's eyes. It was the scene of Yang Kai holding the myriad sword and standing in front of the entrance of the ancient land's passageway, surrounded by corpses. Duan Hongchen glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. How could it be this kid? The great emperors of Serene Soul was stunned. "You know him?" Duan Hongchen's face suddenly became ferocious, and he gnashed his teeth. "This seat will recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Serene Soul, quickly kill him and help this seat vent my anger. This seat will remember this favor." The great emperors of Serene Soul sighed. "Heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor, if you continue to be long-winded, this seat will not be polite to you. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with." He could tell at a glance that the one who had spoken was not Duan Hongchen, but the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, Wukong, who shared a soul with Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen laughed strangely. "Serene Soul, how dare you speak to this seat with this kind of tone? I didn't see you with this kind of courage in the past." The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with. He did not mention what had happened in the past, so it was obvious that he had also suffered a great loss at the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Duan Hongchen's face darkened. "Can't you change your lines? What's the point of threatening this seat with this?" The great emperors of Serene Soul's expression did not change, and he still smiled. "This seat's Serene Soul finger. Fuck you." Even the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven could not help but curse at this moment. At this moment, Duan Hongchen suddenly shivered, and the ferocious expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of anger. No one would be in a good mood if their body was suddenly controlled by another soul. However, neither he nor the heaven-devouring great emperor could do anything to each other. Serene Soul saw that the heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor had been suppressed, so she asked, "Do you really know this kid?" "Oh." Duan Hongchen smacked his lips. "The kid I told you about before. This is him?" Serene Soul raised her eyebrows. "He's the one who joined forces with you to attack the heaven-devouring great emperor? And he ruined the heaven-devouring great emperor's plan?" Duan Hongchen said helplessly, "That's right, but the situation is a little complicated, so I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, you saw the end result." The great emperors of Serene Soul nodded lightly. "So, he really wasn't bragging. What do you want to do with him?" Duan Hongchen glanced at Yang Kai on the hologram in front of him with some worry. He knew that the great emperors of Serene Soul had descended somewhere, and it seemed that his troublemaking daughter had encountered some kind of danger. The descent of the great emperor's souls was no joke, so they had to get something out of it. Just like some treasured swords, once they were out of their sheaths, they had to drink blood. The descent of the great emperor's souls would be shameful if they ran back without killing some people. If it was someone else, it would not be a big deal, but Yang Kai. Duan Hongchen really did not want him to die at the hands of Serene Soul. In any case, he had helped a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul glanced at him and said, "You want me to let him go?" Both of them were old monsters who had cultivated for who knows how many years, So Serene Soul knew what Duan Hongchun was thinking. It just so happened that this old thing would owe her another favor. Serene Soul secretly calculated in her heart. I'm not related to him, so whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. Why ask me? Duan Hongchun flicked his sleeves, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Serene Soul could guess what he was thinking, so how could he not guess Serene Soul's plan? He already owed her a favor, so if he owed her another one, he was afraid that he would have to work like an ox for Serene Soul for the rest of his life. He would not do such a bad deal. Okay, then this king will kill him. Serene Soul nodded. Although my daughter is a bit mischievous, she is not someone that can be bullied by just anyone. Heh. Duan Hongchun smiled slyly and said, if you want your daughter to be buried with him, you can do it. Serene Soul's face sank. Duan Hongchun, you are looking down on this king too much. Although this king is only a soul wisp, it won't take much effort to take down a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Duan Hongchun shook his head and said, an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master is naturally not your opponent, but this boy TSK, he's not ordinary. If you want to take him down, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Chapter 2558. Serene Soul said angrily, Duan Hongchun, enough is enough. This was no longer respect for that little brat, but looking down on herself. How could Serene Soul not be angry? Duan Hongchun said indifferently, he is proficient in the Tao of space. Is that so? Serene Soul was slightly surprised. Since Duan Hongchun said that this little brat was proficient in the Tao of space, then he really was proficient in it. Such a person was not easy to kill. He has also learned the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. What? The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. Serene Soul was really shocked this time. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was a divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was the only divine technique in the world that involved time principles. Even Serene Soul could not comprehend it. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was used, he might really be able to kill his own daughter. Right, the Mountains and Rivers Bell is also in his hands. Duan Hongchun threw out a little bit of information, but it seemed to hit Serene Soul again and again, causing his expression to become more and more exaggerated. Quietly looking over, Duan Hongchun was very pleased. He did not know how he knew this. After all, Yang Kai did not reveal so much information in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul's face was already dull, the corners of his mouth twitching. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, Yuan Ding's Mountains and Rivers Bell? Duan Hongchun raised his eyebrows. Besides that Mountains and Rivers Bell, what other Mountains and Rivers Bell does he have? Serene Soul's expression twitched even more. Although he was one of the 10 great emperors and didn't lack emperor artifacts, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was an ancient exotic treasure. It was impossible for him not to covet it. In the past, when they besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor, the heaven-devouring great emperor had risked injury to kill Yuan Ding first. The biggest reason was that he feared the suppression power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Even the heaven-devouring great emperor was afraid of it. How could Serene Soul ignore this? The power of space. The Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Mountains and Rivers Bell. This brat's luck was too good. How could he get all the good things? If an ordinary martial artist could get even one of them, it would already be a blessing. But this brat had it all in his hands. Who knew where his family's ancestral grave was? Those without fortune had no luck. This kid's luck was a little too heaven-defying. After a moment of silence, Serene Soul snorted coldly, Why are you telling me this? You're so boring. Duan Hongchun chuckled and said, We're just chatting. He knew that Serene Soul probably wouldn't kill Yang Kai. This was because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Kai with his soul descent. If not, Duan Hongchun wouldn't have revealed this information. While talking, Duan Hongchun impatiently urged, You should quickly solve the matter over there. This old master is still waiting for you to separate me from the heaven-devouring great emperor. This old dog has been entrenched in this old master's body. It's not convenient for this old master to go to the brothel to have some fun. Serene Soul's title was Serene Soul. Naturally, she was extremely proficient in the power of the soul. She was also one of the great emperors who had the most thorough understanding of the power of the soul. This was why Duan Hongchun had come to the Serene Soul Palace to seek help from the great emperors of Serene Soul. He wanted to see if there was a way to separate the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul from his body. If even Serene Soul couldn't do it, then he could only maintain this state for the time being and think of another way. Thinking about the future, Duan Hongchun couldn't help but shudder. Speaking of serious matters, Serene Soul's expression turned serious. Hongchun, I won't hide it from you. Your situation is a little tricky. I might not be able to help. Whether you can help or not, we'll see after we try, Duan Hongchun said in a low voice. Serene Soul nodded and closed her eyes again. Outside the ancient land's passageway, Yang Kai held the myriad sword and kept his attention on Old Fu. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After the great emperors of Serene Soul told him to wait, they suddenly stopped moving. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know what they were up to. Should he take advantage of their unpreparedness and run away first? But if he didn't solve the problem here, he might be targeted by the Serene Soul Palace. The Serene Soul Palace and the Netherworld sect weren't on the same level. Being targeted by the Serene Soul Palace was definitely not a good thing. As he thought about it, an even bolder idea came to his mind. Should he make the first move and kill the two people in front of him? Once and for all, everything would be over. However, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a moment before it was thrown out of his mind. If he really did that, he would completely offend the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yang Kai decided to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. If the great emperors of Serene Soul really wanted to attack him, then it wouldn't be too late to make a plan. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin and happened to meet her gaze. As their four eyes met, Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his expression terrifying. Lin was startled and quickly looked away. She wondered what her father, the master, was doing. Wouldn't it be fine if he just killed this brat? His daughter was being bullied, but he didn't stand up for her. How sad. At this moment, Old Fu, who had been standing still, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses and looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What can I do for you, master?" The corners of Old Fu's mouth rose slightly as he looked Yang Kai up and down, then glanced at the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples who had died. He knew that these people's deaths were not unjust. A person with so many blessings and who had joined forces with the great emperors of the secular world to deal with the heaven-devouring great emperor. How could they be a match for him? The mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic treasure that had been taken out by Yuan Ding tens of thousands of years ago, had actually returned. "I've pretty much understood what happened," Old Fu said lightly. "This matter is indeed my daughter being a little unreasonable. You have nothing to do with this." Haha, Master's eyes are really sharp. Yang Kai relaxed when he heard this, knowing that he was no longer in danger. Serene Soul was one of the great emperors, so since she had said so, she would definitely not make trouble for him. On the other hand, Lin pursed her lips in anger when she heard this, her face full of displeasure. Old Fu nodded and said, "The ancient lands are dangerous. Take care of yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lin, his emperor chi surging as he pulled Lin over. "Wait!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "Is there anything else?" Old Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "Master, you're not thinking of just leaving like this, are you?" "Are you kidding me? I was injured because of that troublesome woman, and you want to leave without saying anything?" Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. Old Fu was stunned and asked with a strange expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grimaced as he pointed to the gash on his chest and snorted, "Senior, this junior's injury was caused by your daughter. Even my bones were broken. If I were to recuperate like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover without a year or so." Old Fu looked down and saw the wriggling granulation around Yang Kai's wound, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching. "Does he think I'm blind?" Although Old Fu didn't know what kind of body-tempering secret art he cultivated, this kind of injury was nothing more than a flesh wound that would heal in a few days, yet he dared to say it would take him a year or so. How presumptuous! Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his expression and continued. Sir also said that the ancient lands are dangerous, and this junior has something to do inside. If this junior were to fall because of this wound, it would be difficult for your daughter to absolve herself from blame. If word of this spreads, Master's face will definitely be damaged. Others will definitely say that Master allowed his daughter to commit such a crime. TSK. Does Master still care about his reputation? You dare threaten me? Old Fu raised his brows slightly and asked with a dark expression, What do you want? Yang Kai sheathed his sword and said in a trembling voice, This junior's strength is not bad, but I am not confident I can enter this ancient land. If Master can reward me with a defensive artifact to cover my wound, that would be best. Old Fu laughed in anger and asked, What kind of defensive artifact do you want? Tell me. Yang Kai said seriously, The bowl in your daughter's hand. I think it's quite good. Lin was shocked and shouted angrily, You scoundrel, how dare you have ideas about my baby? Yang Kai glared at her and snorted, Children shouldn't interrupt when the master is speaking. Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, Do you want the Jade Osmanthus Bowl? That thing is called the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned meaningfully. If Master can reward this junior, it would be best. To tell you the truth, this junior has been wandering the star boundary alone and is quite embarrassed. Although I have already broken through to the Emperor realm, I haven't been able to buy a handy artifact. Life is tough. The mountains and rivers bell is in your hands, yet you still dare to complain about being poor? Only a fool would believe you. Old Fu coldly snorted in his heart. Master is one of the great emperors of this generation, so you don't lack an emperor artifact, right? Yang Kai continued to pester Lin. He really did want the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. It was a good defensive artifact, and he just happened to lack one. So it would be a waste to leave it in Lin's hands. If he could get his hands on it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. My father is my father, and I am me. Why do you keep eyeing my baby? Lin was so angry that her nose was crooked. This little thief was too hateful, pestering her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have already taught him a lesson. You're the one who brought this up. Look at my wound. Yang Kai puffed out his chest, scaring Lin so much that she immediately turned her head. He was always talking about his wound, but it really did look quite scary. Old Fu was indifferent for a while before nodding. What you say makes sense. It's not like I can't give you the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He just wanted to fight for it. After all, the great emperors of Serene Soul had a great reputation. So even if they couldn't give him the Jade Osmanthus Bowl, they could at least give him something else. Otherwise, wouldn't his enmity with Lin be in vain? But he never expected that the great emperors of Serene Soul would be so easy to negotiate with. Listening to what they said, it seemed that they really wanted to give him the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. Yang Kai beamed with joy and directly stretched out his hand to Lin. Give it to me. Lin opened her mouth wide and looked at Old Fu with an aggrieved expression. Father! Old Fu remained calm and said lightly, I can give you the Jade Osmanthus Bowl, but not for nothing. This king wants to exchange something with you. If you agree, the Jade Osmanthus Bowl will be yours. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. What is it? There was actually a condition? What did this mean? Chapter 25:59. Moreover, what could he possibly have that could catch the eye of the great emperors of Serene Soul? Myriad's sword? That's impossible. Myriad's sword might be good, but it might not be in Serene Soul's eyes. The great emperors of a generation could have any emperor artifact they wanted. So why would they want Myriad's sword? So what did he want in exchange? Yang Kai thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out Serene Soul's intentions. What senior wants to exchange for wouldn't be this little one's life, right? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Fu sneered, What use does this king have for a cheap life? Yang Kai's face turned black. Although he didn't think his life was worth much, he was naturally unhappy to be called cheap in front of others. If not for the other party's identity, he would have already rushed up and fought him. Just tell me if you agree or not. Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. You don't even make it clear how I'll agree. Do you really think this young master has a limited IQ like your daughter? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Master's words are unclear. Forgive this junior for not agreeing. In front of him was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Kai Yang didn't dare to casually promise anything, lest he fall into the other's trap. If he fell into the other's hands, then it would be a big joke. Old Fu said indifferently, This king wants a bell in exchange. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked and became vigilant. Change the bell. What bell? What other bell could he have besides the mountains and rivers bell? How did he know? In today's battle, Yang Kai hadn't used the mountains and rivers bell at all, and all the enemies who had seen it before were already dead. So how did the great emperors of Serene Soul know about this? Did they sense it? But that was impossible. The mountains and rivers bell had been refined by him. If he didn't use it against the enemy, no one would be able to sense it. But this old man had spoken so confidently, as if he was certain Yang Kai had a bell on him. Yang Kai really couldn't tell if he was just bluffing, or if he really had a card up his sleeve. Could it be that he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures? Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. If the Soul Devourer great emperors really had such thoughts, his future days would not be easy. What clock? What does master mean? Yang Kai's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He revealed a puzzled look. Old Fu looked at him mockingly and sneered, Do you really not know? Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, please enlighten me. I'm confused and don't know what you're talking about. He swore in his heart that if this old man mentioned anything about the bell again, he would send his daughter off first. Old Fu said, In that case, I won't force you. As he spoke, Diyuan wrapped Lin Er up and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the ancient land's passageway and disappeared. He actually left as soon as he said he would, without giving Kai Yang the slightest chance to react. Damn it! If you don't give me the osmanthus bowl, at least give me some source crystals or something. This young master suffered for nothing. After a long time, Yang Kai finally reacted. He was so angry that he cursed. This time, he had suffered a big loss. Lin Er had repeatedly made things difficult for him and even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to threaten his life. But all he did was force Serene Soul to surrender. He didn't get the slightest benefit from it. But soon, Yang Kai felt a cold sweat on his back. Just now, Serene Soul had suddenly mentioned the bell, which really scared him. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay any longer. He walked over to the dead Netherworld sect disciples and collected their space rings before hurriedly rushing into the ancient lands. Out of the passageway, he had officially stepped into the ancient wildland. This was an area that had never been developed. It was one of the most dangerous places in the entire star boundary. Even the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee their own safety. In this ancient lands, there were countless dangers that were difficult to resist. There were many natural barriers and savage species that lived here. They were all life-threatening existences. There were also rumors that there were divine spirits living in this ancient lands, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Yang Kai went less than 100 miles in and noticed the strangeness of this ancient lands. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the air. This energy seemed to have the effect of suppressing the power of a cultivator. The deeper he went, the more obvious this effect became. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky. On the ground, there were many strange flowers and plants that Yang Kai had never heard of before. An ancient and desolate smell greeted him. Savage force. The entire ancient wildland was filled with this strange savage force. This was the great desolate force that came from the beginning of the world. Under this force, any creature would feel small and insignificant. Under the suppression of this force, any cultivator who entered would not be able to display their full strength. Yang Kai felt it for a while and found that this savage force didn't have the slightest effect on him. When it entered his body, it was like a gentle breeze that could be ignored. He had the mountains and rivers bell, a great desolate treasure, in his body. So all the savage force that invaded his body was automatically neutralized by the mountains and rivers bell. Realizing this, Kai Yang's heart calmed down. He had already noticed it when he drank the wild wine. Although he had some guesses in his heart, It wasn't until now that he confirmed them. It seems that with the mountains and rivers Bell, I'll have a great advantage in this ancient wildlands. Yang Kai was quite pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had obtained this opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such an advantage. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and compared it to the scenery outside. This jade slip was given to him by Pai San. It contained all the known landforms of the savage, desolate, ancient lands, as well as the distribution of demonic beasts. However, the information in this jade slip was not complete. Yang Kai didn't know how large the ancient wildland was. So far, the cultivator had explored less than 1/10 of the ancient wildland. However, with this jade slip in hand, Yang Kai could save a lot of trouble. An hour later, he had completely entered the ancient wildland and found a cave and walked in. He didn't know what kind of monster beast occupied this cave. The cave was dry and spacious, but there was no sign of the monster beast. He didn't know whether it had gone out to look for food or had been killed. Yang Kai guessed that the latter was more likely because this place was not far from the entrance. It would be easy for the cultivator to find this place. There was generally no space for monster beasts to live in this kind of place. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai released Zhang Ruoxi and ordered, "I need to heal. Guard me and pay attention to resisting the wild force. If there's any movement or you can't hold on, call me."
Yes.
Zhang Ruoxi responded obediently. Seeing the terrible injury on Yang Kai's shoulder, her heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't ask much and went directly to the entrance of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Inside the cave, Yang Kai took out some healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He closed his eyes and began to refine them. His injury was actually not serious. Even if he didn't treat it, it would only take a few days for him to recover. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless while walking in this kind of place. If the smell of blood around his wound caused some unnecessary trouble, the loss would outweigh the gain. So, he decided to heal his wound first. There was no need to be in a hurry. The flesh around the wound was squirming, constantly healing towards the middle. It was a scary sight. Yang Kai's body's resilience was already strong. Now, with the help of the healing pills, it would take him less than a day or two to fully recover. Outside the cave, Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai's instructions and urged her source chi to protect herself. At first, she was a little worried about the so-called wild force. After all, Yang Kai had mentioned it to her before. She knew that all cultivator who entered the ancient lands would be suppressed by the wild force. The lower the cultivation, the greater the suppression. Although she had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. During the last part of the ancient lands passageway, Yang Kai even took her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi hated herself for being so weak. Not only was she unable to help Yang Kai, but she was also a burden to him. The wound on Yang Kai's shoulder was so big. She didn't know how much blood he had lost, how painful it was, and how dangerous it was. Everything she had now was given to her by Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, she would have been taken back by the Liu family and ruined by them. A small family like the Zhang family wouldn't have been able to survive in Maplewood City. Not only did Yang Kai save her, but he also saved the entire Zhang family. He also gave her countless cultivation resources, which allowed her to achieve what she had today. She didn't know why Yang Kai brought her out of the Zhang family, but after so many years, she had long been used to following Yang Kai everywhere. But when would he be able to block the calamity for Mr.? She couldn't always be protected by Yang Kai like this. Even if he asked her to take care of his meals and make his bed, that would be fine. Unfortunately, she hadn't done much of that. Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her heart tightened. Her yearning to become stronger drove her to silently circulate her secret art and meditate to cultivate. This was an involuntary action. But soon, Zhang Ruoxi was startled and quickly stopped. It couldn't be helped. She suddenly remembered that this was the ancient wildlands. The world energy here was full of wild force. It was not a place to cultivate at all. If she absorbed the wild force into her body, not only would she be unable to absorb it, it would also hinder the progress of her cultivation. Realizing this, Zhang Ruoxi's face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly checked her own situation. Zhang Ruo, she was baffled by her own condition after a quick check, because she found that although she had inadvertently absorbed some wild force, it didn't seem to be harmful to her. Instead, it spread out in her body and became the source of her own strength. In this short period of time, his cultivation efficiency was more than twice as fast as before. What's going on? Zhang Ruo, she looked surprised. She didn't understand. She wanted to ask Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai knew more than she did. But Yang Kai was at a critical juncture of healing, so she didn't want to disturb him. Chapter 2560. After remaining indifferent for a long time, Zhang Ruo, she mustered up her courage and began to circulate her secret art again. This time, she carefully sensed it and found that if she cultivated here, other than absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, there was also the savage force. But the strange thing was that both of these forces were greatly beneficial to her, especially the wild force. It made her feel like she had tasted it and couldn't stop. What's going on? Could there be something wrong with his body? That was the power of the wild. Zhang Ruo, she suddenly became afraid and didn't dare to cultivate anymore. She stopped circulating her secret art and sat silently in place with a bewildered expression. She really couldn't find a reason for this. The only possible explanation was her bloodline. Her teacher had said that her bloodline was very strange, and he didn't know what kind of inheritance it had. She was also very confused because the secret art she used to cultivate was something she comprehended on her own and wasn't taught by the Zhang family. It was as if these things were engraved in the depths of her mind, and she knew how to circulate them as soon as she started cultivating. She sat in place and didn't do anything. Her surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Zhang Ruo, she thought for a while and took out the space spirit jade from her space ring. Before entering here, her teacher had given this thing to her and asked her to study it, saying that it might unlock the secret of her bloodline. As soon as she took it out, Zhang Ruo, she's body suddenly shook, and she raised her head to look in a certain direction. That feeling came again. It seemed that something was resonating with the space spirit jade in her hand and calling out to her from afar, making her blood flow faster. It was extremely hot. She had this feeling once before. Now that she experienced it again, Zhang Ruo, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. But it only lasted for a moment. When Zhang Ruo, she tried to sense it again, she couldn't find anything. All kinds of beautiful scenery flashed on the space spirit jade. Zhang Ruo, she turned it over in her hand and studied it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what it was for. In the depths of the ancient lands in a dense jungle, this was the true depths of the ancient wild lands, a place where no human had ever set foot. For hundreds of millions of years, only a variety of ancient wild races lived here and multiplied. This was a completely different world from the four territories of the star boundary. On top of the towering mountain, there was an oval-shaped object that was emitting a blood-red light. This object was blood-red, as if it was made from fresh blood. However, it also emitted a strange fragrance. Bloodgate. The demon clans that lived in the depths of the savage, desolate ancient lands all knew that there was a blood door here, but no one could enter it, let alone know what kind of secrets this blood door hid. But in the ancient lands, there was a rumor that the blood door had a secret that could allow the creatures of the ancient lands to evolve into holy spirits. The living beings of the ancient lands all had remnants of the ancient divine spirits' bloodline power in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. Even if it looked like an extremely ordinary little snake, tracing back to ancient times, perhaps it could also be related to the dragon race. Once the ancient bloodline hidden in their bodies was activated, the ancient land's life forms would possess strength comparable to the ancestral divine spirits. Since the beginning of time, how many of the billions of living beings had successfully excavated the power of their own bloodline and evolved into a holy spirit? At the very most, no more than 10 people had succeeded. But in the legends of the ancient lands, the blood door had a mysterious power that could allow the monster clans and savage races that entered to fully excavate the power of their bloodline. Once they succeeded, they would have a great chance to restore the glory of their ancestors, evolve into a holy spirit. Because of this rumor, the blood door was the holy land of the entire savage, desolate, ancient lands. Countless creatures who thought that they had the strength or opportunity to pass through the blood door one after another, wanting to activate their bloodline. But not a single one succeeded. They couldn't even get close to the blood door. Most of the ancient land's life forms that got within 10 kilometers of the blood door would turn into a pool of pus and die a miserable death. There was once a powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the 12th order who came here before the end of his life, wanting to give it a try. Because his lifespan was reaching its end, if he didn't think of a way, he was afraid that he would soon die of old age. The blood door was his last hope. The peak of the 12th order was equivalent to a 3rd order emperor realm master of the human race. How many such existences were there in the entire star boundary? But even with all his strength, he could only get 3 kilometers away from the blood door and couldn't go any further. In the end, he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pool of pus and dissipating. Since then, no creature of the ancient lands dared to approach the blood door at will. Even the peak of the 12th Order Monster King couldn't enter the blood door and activate his bloodline, so how could other creatures dare to try? For a time, the blood door became a forbidden area in the ancient lands. No creature of the ancient lands dared to approach it at will, fearing that they would die for no reason. Although this matter happened a long time ago, the creatures of the ancient lands, whether it was the monster race or the savage species, all had extremely long lifespans. So, many monster kings and overlords had personally experienced this matter and witnessed the tragic fate of the peak of the 12th Order Monster King. Under their strict warnings, none of their subordinates dared to approach the blood door. At this moment, the blood door that stood at the peak of the mountain that hadn't changed in the slightest for countless years suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light. The red light converged into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, breaking a large hole in the clouds. But soon, the pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind only specks of red light that gradually dissipated in midair. 100 kilometers away from the blood door, a pitch-black python was using its thick body to wrap around its prey, tightly strangling it. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed its prey. It was facing the direction of the blood door. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the red pillar of light was clearly seen by it. The dark python's eyes widened in an instant as it stared at the place where the blood door was located. Its eyes were filled with horror. It had no choice but to be afraid. The legend of the blood door was too terrifying. For so many years, the blood door had stood there without any changes. Who wouldn't be on tenterhooks when it suddenly appeared? However, this unforeseen event happened very quickly and didn't affect it, which made it feel a little relieved. After waiting for a long time, it didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, seeing that the blood door was no longer abnormal, it suddenly twisted its body. Accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating, the huge python's body that was more than 50 feet long underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, the python turned into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, wearing a pitch-black robe and a malicious gaze. His mouth was still a bloody mouth filled with dense fangs. He was still holding his prey in his mouth, looking as frightening as it could be. With a slurping sound, the middle-aged man that the python had transformed into suddenly sucked the prey into his stomach. His stomach suddenly became round and rolling, as if he was pregnant for 10 months. He stretched out his hand and patted his stomach, causing it to immediately deflate. Something big has happened. I have to report this to Master quickly. The middle-aged man muttered with a gloomy expression. Demonic chi surged from his body as he turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Looking at the aura fluctuations emanating from his body, it was actually on the level of an 11th Order Master, almost equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. An hour later, in front of a huge mountain, outside the gate, a streak of black light approached from afar. The 2 monster race guards at the gate immediately became vigilant. One of them took out a bone hammer while the other held 2 bone spurs and glared at the black light. "Who goes there?" The monster race guard with the bone hammer shouted and pointed to the front. "This is the Rhino Thunder Monster King's palace. Quickly show your true form, or we'll kill without mercy." Kill without mercy. The monster with the 2 bone spurs also roared, his aura surging. The black light suddenly stopped not far in front of them, and revealed its true form. It was the middle-aged man transformed from Dark Python. We're on the same side. Brothers, I am also a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Master. I have something important to report to the Master. Please let him know. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said. The two monster race guards at the gate glanced at each other and looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't blame the two monster race guards for not having good eyesight. It was just that there were many monster race cultivators here, and the Rhino Thunder Monster King controlled more than 100,000 monster race cultivators. They were all scattered across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, except for those they usually saw, who would recognize each other. Moreover, the Rhino Thunder Monster King was not someone that anyone could meet. The monster race guard with the bone spurs coldly snorted. You say we're on the same side? What evidence do you have? The middle-aged man seemed to have expected this question and quickly reached out to take out something from his space ring and handed it over respectfully. The monster race naturally didn't know how to refine things like space rings, but they couldn't do anything to humans who came here to die. If a human cultivator died here, the space ring would naturally be snatched away by the monster race. The middle-aged man had also killed a human cultivator before, so he obtained a space ring. He usually kept everything in it, so it was very convenient. The human brain was really good. The artifacts and pills they refined were also very good. Unfortunately, no one in the monster race could refine them. The monster race guard with the bone hammer took it and found that it was a bone token. On the front of the token was an image of a four-hooved rhino galloping, and on the back was a huge thunder character. This was the token made by the Rhino Thunder Monster King. Although it was crude, it was not something that anyone could imitate because the material used to make this token came from the remains of the same monster beast. The two monster race guards at the gate had seen many such tokens, so they knew at a glance that this token was real. Not many monster race guards were able to obtain this token. Among the hundreds of thousands of monster race guards, only about 2,000 of them were able to obtain one. This was a symbol of status. So when the middle-aged man took out this bone token, the two monster race guards' expressions became much better. The monster race guard with the bone spurs said, although you are also one of the master's subordinates, we can't let you in. The master said not to disturb him if it's a small matter. If you have something to say, we can pass on the message for you. The middle-aged man anxiously said, this is not a small matter. I have to tell the master face to face. This matter could be a great merit. So how could the middle-aged man borrow someone else's hand? Chapter 2561. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to persuade the two gatekeepers, they still couldn't get them to agree. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man could only take out a small gift. There was nothing good in the wilderness, just some monster beasts' monster cores. Monster cores were hard currency among the various races in the savage wildlands, because anyone could use them to improve their strength. This made the two beasts smile. After discussing with each other for a while, one of them turned around and walked inside, obviously to report. The man transformed from the dark python truly understood what it meant to meet the king of hell, but the little demons were hard to deal with. He chatted with the remaining gatekeeper to pass the time. He swore in his heart, once I've made a great contribution and received a reward, I'll show you how powerful I am. If you dare to give me a hard time, I'll make you spit out what you've eaten. After a short while, the gatekeeper returned and cupped his hands to the middle-aged man. Master is in a good mood today. He allows you to have an audience with him. Go ahead. The middle-aged man thanked him and hurriedly walked up the mountain. The two demonic beasts guarding the mountain gate were left to play with a few inner cores in a happy mood. Although there was no one to guide him, it was obviously not the middle-aged man's first time here. He was quite familiar with the place. Along the way, he passed through several checkpoints and soon arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a palace-like building on the mountain peak, but it was different from the buildings of the star boundary. This palace had a rough and bold style. It was made of huge stones and had no sense of beauty. Outside the palace, there was also a huge rhinoceros statue. Its four hooves were galloping as if it was launching a charge. It was unstoppable. The real body of the Thunder Rhino Monster King was a rhinoceros. It was unknown what kind of opportunity it had, but it had cultivated to the peak of the 12th level, allowing it to oversee a region in the savage wildlands. There were more than 100,000 monster beasts under its command. In the entire savage wildlands, there were a total of 32 existences like the Thunder Rhino. They were under the command of the 4 great holy spirits. Their territories were divided, and they didn't invade each other. Each family had 8 monster kings, all of whom were at the peak of level 12. Below the monster king, there were monster commanders and monster generals. There were also countless level 12 monster beasts under their banner. One could only imagine how dangerous the savage wildland was. Of course, it was impossible for outsiders to know about these things. It was said that the savage, desolate, ancient land was full of danger and chaos. In fact, the depths of the ancient land already had their own way of survival. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the palace. The gatekeeper verified his identity. Thus, he let him in. It wasn't that he was careless. It was mainly because the middle-aged man's level of cultivation was nothing in front of the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The demon clan had always been unconventional in their actions, so they didn't pay much attention to details. Otherwise, if it were a human race sect, how could it be so easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to meet a third-order master from the Emperor Realm? Upon entering the palace, a wave of decadent music immediately entered his ears. There was light singing and graceful dancing, surrounded by strings and bamboos. The middle-aged man was taken aback and subconsciously thought that he had gone to the wrong place. However, when he looked up, he found a burly man sitting cross-legged at the top of the palace. On the table in front of him was the corpse of an unknown monster beast. It looked like it had died not long ago. The burly man held the corpse of the monster beast with both hands and ate heartily. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight, but he was still eating with relish, his eyes flashing red. The middle-aged man's calf twitched, and he almost ran away. He had long heard that these monster kings liked to eat the flesh of their subordinates. He thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, he realized that there was no such thing as groundless rumors. The burly man was undoubtedly the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The middle-aged man had seen him once from afar, so he recognized him at a glance. After taking a few bites of the flesh, Rhino Thunder was in a good mood and laughed heartily. On his left and right, there were 2 other women with revealing clothes and large patches of their snow-white bodies exposed in the air. They were doing their best to please him. Their graceful and delicate bodies were lightly covered by gauze, and the beautiful scenery was faintly discernible. It caused one's blood to boil, and it was difficult to breathe. One of the women took advantage of Rhino Thunder's laughter to reach out and pick up a grape-like spirit fruit on the table, peel it, and stuff it into Rhino Thunder's mouth. Rhino Thunder roared and hugged the woman, unscrupulously violating her. After a while, the woman's mouth was also full of blood, but she was not angry and instead enjoyed it, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick the blood off her mouth. Her licentious appearance was simply outrageous. The middle-aged man watched from below with fear, but he also yearned for it. He did not know when he would be able to reach Rhino Thunder's level of cultivation. When that time came, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple lovers and have beauties throw themselves into his arms. In the hall below the table, there were a few seductive women singing and dancing. They had thin waists and full buttocks, and their dressing could only be described as offensive. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. His eyes rolled around, not knowing which beauty to look at. The beauty who had been violated by Shilei earlier seemed to have noticed the middle-aged man's existence. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smiling expression. Her watery eyes looked at him tenderly, almost stealing the middle-aged man's soul away. She leaned over to Rhino Thunder's ear and whispered something. Only then did Rhino Thunder raise his eyes to look at the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the seductive women below immediately retreated to the side. The middle-aged man did not dare to be presumptuous at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and knelt. "This little one, Wu Jue, greets master." Rhino Thunder said in a deep voice, "You were the one who said you had something to report?" "Yes. Speak. What is it that you have to see me for? If it's a small matter, be careful of your head." Wu Jue's face darkened, but he did not dare to hide it and quickly said, "Master, it's about the blood door." "The blood door?" Rhino Thunder Monster King suddenly stood up. The female monsters in the palace all covered their red lips and stared at Wu Jue with their beautiful eyes. The two words blood door meant too much to the creatures of the ancient land. It was rumored that the blood door could allow the creatures of the ancient land to awaken their bloodline power and evolve into holy spirits. Even though Rhino Thunder was a peak 12th order monster, he could not suppress his desire to enter the blood door. If he could really evolve into a holy spirit, he could rewrite the situation of the ancient land for tens of thousands of years. The ancient land's 4 holy sages would become 5 holy sages. Everyone, leave. Rhino Thunder waved his hand and shouted. Realizing the explosive news, he could not remain calm. My lord. One of the 2 female demons who had served him earlier leaned forward with an adorable look on her face. Clearly, she wanted to stay and listen to what he was saying. Rhino Thunder turned his head and glared at her with his red eyes. The female monster's body stiffened, and she did not dare to be presumptuous. She quickly retreated and disappeared with the others. Tell me, what's wrong with the blood door? Rhino Thunder asked in a deep voice after everyone had disappeared. Wu Jue quickly said, There's something wrong with the blood door. What's wrong? Rhino Thunder asked in surprise. Wu Jue hurriedly recounted what he had seen. After Shi Lei heard it, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was uncertain. The main reason was that the change was too obvious. His subordinates could not have faked it. He could not have been the only one who saw it. When the time came, he could just ask the monsters near the blood door and the truth would be revealed. But what did this change mean? Since the blood door appeared, it had not changed for many years. It had just stood quietly on the mountain peak. Now, it suddenly shone with a red light that shot into the sky. It was obviously abnormal. No matter what, this news was extremely important to any creature of the ancient land. Rhino Thunder paced back and forth in the hall. He looked hesitant. After a while, he stopped and said, You, come with me to see the Lord. Tell him everything you saw. Yes, Lord. Wu Jue almost bit his tongue. There were 4 heavenly sovereigns in this ancient land, and Shi Lei was currently loyal to one of them. However, these 4 heavenly sovereigns were very elusive. Normally, the monsters wouldn't even see them. Even the 32 monster kings weren't easy to meet. Wu Jue never thought that he would be able to see the Lord one day. But soon, he became excited. Since he was going to see the Lord, it meant that the news he brought was extremely important. He might be able to make a great contribution and have a meteoric rise in his career. He didn't expect too much. After all, his strength was there for all to see. He only hoped to be able to obtain some rewards. If he could be promoted to Demon General, that would be the best. At that time, he would be able to command some subordinates and oversee a mountain. It would be better than being all alone now, running around everywhere and trying to survive. After calming down, Wu Jue clasped his fist and said, I will follow the master's orders. Let's go. Rhino Thunder was also a fiery character. Since he had decided to meet the Lord, he did not hesitate. He wrapped Wu Jue in a monster wind and rushed out of the hall. This news. Who else knows about it besides you? Rhino Thunder suddenly asked. Wu Jue said, I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw the blood door. But I rushed here to report it to the master. I don't know who else saw it. Shi Lei nodded slightly, knowing that he was right. The strange movement was so obvious that he was not the only one who had noticed it. Perhaps all the 32 demon kings had already known about it and were rushing towards the Lord, wanting to be the first one to report to the Lord and claim the credit. Wu Jue rolled his eyes and thought of something. He sighed and said, But I'm of low status. When I came here to see the master, I was stopped for a long time by 2 guys at the mountain gate. They were not allowed to enter. In the end, I had to give them all of my belongings before they let me in. After saying that, he looked at Rhino Thunder uneasily and asked, I didn't cause any trouble for the master, did I? Rhino Thunder's face darkened. He shouted, You're getting out of hand. After saying that, he suddenly threw a punch down. Crack! A thunderclap exploded, causing Wu Jue's eardrums to hurt. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the sky and rushed down like a dragon. After a while, there was a roar, mixed with 2 screams that stopped abruptly. Wu Jue looked down and saw that the mountain gate was in a mess. There was a huge hole in the ground, and the two monster kings guarding the mountain gate were long gone. Chapter 2562. One day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave. The wound on his shoulder had healed, and he had changed into a new set of clothes to avoid unnecessary trouble from the smell of blood. Zhang Ruoxi, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, heard the noise and quickly got up. She was relieved when she saw Yang Kai's ruddy complexion. Although she knew that Yang Kai's injury was not serious, she was still worried. The two looked at each other, and Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoxi said, "Sir, I found something strange." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly explained the situation of her cultivation before looking at Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to explain a thing or two. Yang Kai didn't know what the problem was, but he couldn't show his ignorance in front of Zhang Ruoxi. He could only pretend to ponder for a moment and say, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't cultivate in this ancient land for the time being. If you need to restore your strength, use source crystals and spirit pills as much as possible. If you can't, enter the small sealed world." Zhang Ruoxi naturally obeyed without the slightest hesitation. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "What about Sir?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm fine. The wild force here can't do anything to me." Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. She looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship, stars almost appearing in her beautiful eyes as she thought to herself, "Sir is truly amazing. I heard that even the great emperor would be affected by the wild force here, but Sir is completely fine here." Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Let's go." As soon as he said this, his face suddenly changed and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" Zhang Ruoxi was also startled. She had been guarding here all this time and didn't find any traces of approaching creatures. She didn't expect Sir to do this as soon as he appeared. However, it was impossible for Sir to speak without thinking. In other words, there really was someone here. She looked around and followed Yang Kai's gaze to a big tree. There was nothing unusual there. It was unbelievably quiet. Even when she scanned it with her divine sense, she didn't find anything wrong. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you want this young master to invite you out?" As soon as he said this, a pitter-patter sound came from the top of the big tree. Then, a head poked out of the dense tree, and a pair of bright eyes looked at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. He grinned from ear to ear. Zhang Ruoxi's face darkened. For someone to suddenly smile at him like that in this damned place, it gave him a feeling that it was too abrupt. Yang Kai called out in surprise, his eyes carefully examining this person's face. This person's hair was disheveled, as if it had not been washed for countless years. It was as if black snakes were covering the top of his head. This person's face was also pitch black, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Only his eyes were incomparably bright, and his teeth were also spotlessly white. Although he couldn't see her face, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that this person was a woman. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? But this woman looked even more disheveled than the great emperors of the secular world that Yang Kai saw in Maplewood City. Yang Kai didn't know what she had encountered in this ancient wildlands. Not only that, Yang Kai instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this person's mind, because at this moment, she was hanging upside down from the tree trunk. Although her eyes were bright, they gave off a chaotic feeling. But what Yang Kai was more concerned about was her concealment secret art. If she hadn't suddenly made a noise in the tree, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed her hiding here. Who is this? Yang Kai scanned her with his divine sense and felt the weak energy fluctuations in her body. He was shocked. This person was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman suddenly laughed and said, "Come and catch me." As she spoke, her body suddenly fell from the tree trunk like a willow catkin. Before she landed on the ground, she twisted her waist and shot into the jungle, disappearing in an instant, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. "Come and catch me. Come and catch me. Catch your mother." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was more and more certain that there was something wrong with this woman's mind. Otherwise, how could a dignified second-order Emperor Realm Master act like this? Not only was she dressed sloppily, but her words were also inexplicable. Yang Kai didn't know what to say when he encountered such a crazy woman in the ancient wildlands. How could he be in the mood to play hide-and-seek with her? Sir, her clothes. Zhang Ruo, she seemed to have noticed something. She covered her red lips with her hand and stared in shock in the direction the crazy woman disappeared. What's wrong with her clothes? Yang Kai frowned. When the crazy woman had fallen from the tree trunk earlier, Yang Kai had also taken a quick glance at her. Just like her appearance, her clothes were tattered, and the slightest movement would reveal her naked body. He couldn't tell what color they were originally, but they were now gray, as if they hadn't been washed for many years. Sir, don't you think they look familiar? Zhang Ruo, she asked instead of answering. Yang Kai was stunned. After her reminder, he suddenly became confused. Those are the clothes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Zhang Ruo, she said anxiously. Are you sure? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Zhang Ruo, she said, when I was in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory, I saw many Ice Heart Valley disciples. They were wearing the same clothes as the woman just now. Although they were tattered, the ice flower symbol on their chests couldn't be faked. Why would an Ice Heart Valley disciple come here? Yang Kai was shocked. Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory, while this was the Eastern Territory. The two territories were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, so it was impossible for ordinary people to come here. However, when he thought about how the ancient wildlands was a treasure trove coveted by all the masters of the Star Boundary, it made sense. He was also a disciple of the Southern Territory, yet he could come here. What was so strange about someone from the Northern Territory coming here? This was a place where all the masters of the four territories gathered, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. But there was one thing he didn't quite understand. Since ancestral founder Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley didn't have many masters, and there were even fewer in the Emperor Realm. How could a second-order Emperor Realm disciple fall here and have a mental problem? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. When Bing Yun returned to Ice Heart Valley from the solitary void-sealed world, the acting Valley Master, Unravel Yun, had reported something to her. After Bing Yun disappeared, her third disciple went out to look for her, but they couldn't find any clues. In the end, even her third disciple disappeared. It had been 3,000 years since then, and no one knew whether she was alive or dead. When Unravel Yun reported this matter, Yang Kai was next to her. At that time, he also sighed, thinking that his third disciple had most likely met with misfortune. After all, the Star Boundary was a dangerous place. If his third disciple was still alive, it was impossible for there to be no news of her for 3,000 years. However, this was someone else's family matter, so Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Now that Zhang Ruo, she mentioned it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the crazy woman might be Bing Yun's third disciple. Her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation made sense because Bing Yun's first disciple, Unravel Yun, and second disciple, Sun Yun Xiu, were also at this level, so his third disciple shouldn't be too far behind. Realizing this possibility, Yang Kai hurriedly looked in the direction the crazy woman disappeared, but there was no trace of her. Who knew where she had run off to? It was easy to explain why his third disciple would appear in this kind of place. She left Ice Heart Valley to search for Bing Yun. With the reputation of the ancient wildlands, she naturally wouldn't miss it. She must have been hoping to find Bing Yun here. As for why she had a mental problem, Yang Kai didn't know, but he could imagine that this woman must have suffered a lot. Otherwise, how could a second-order Emperor Realm Master be so crazy and disregard her image? Of course, this was just Yang Kai's guess. Whether that crazy woman was Bing Yun's third disciple or not remained to be verified. Perhaps that crazy woman killed his third disciple and stole her clothes. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but since he saw it, and it was related to Ice Heart Valley and Bing Yun, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore it. Sir, Old Ban said that an Emperor Realm Master had been lost in the Ancient Lands passageway for 10 years, and that she was a woman. Do you think it's her? Zhang Ruo, she suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't think of this place, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps it was because she had been lost in the Ancient Lands passageway for too long that she became crazy. Old Ban said that the woman was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, But Old Ban was only in the First Order Tao Source realm. How could he know if his third disciple was a First Order or Second Order Emperor Realm Master? Let's go and see. Yang Kai waved his hand, and his Emperor Qi wrapped around Zhang Ruoxi and rushed in the direction that the crazy woman disappeared. But there was no trace of her. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect the woman's aura. Instead, he found many monster beast traces. The crazy woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air, just like she had suddenly appeared. Where did she go? Yang Kai was annoyed. If he had known that the crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third disciple, he would have stopped her long ago. How could he have let her escape? Now, it would be difficult to find her again. After chasing her for half a day without any results, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. It was unwise to run around in the ancient wildlands, as he might attract some powerful ancient wild beasts. Since he couldn't find her, Yang Kai could only give up for now. He planned to wait until he was done here before going to the Northern Territory to convey the crazy woman's information to Bing Yun. Presumably, Bing Yun would make arrangements. After taking out the jade slip and checking it, Yang Kai found that he had traveled quite a distance into the ancient wildlands after half a day of chasing. Further ahead, there was a large gathering place of monster beast, and there seemed to be a 12th order monster beast there. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble. His main purpose was to find Xiao Xiao, so naturally, he wanted to avoid any risks as much as possible. He put away the jade slip and was about to take a detour when a rustling sound came from a big tree not far away. Then, a dark face poked out of the leaves and grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. She waved at Yang Kai and said, "Come and catch me. Come and catch me quickly." This crazy woman. Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. He couldn't find her all this time because she had been hiding nearby and playing with him. Chapter 2563. Faced with this kind of person, Kai Yang really didn't have much of a temper. If she was sane, he could sit down and chat with her and ask her about her origins and background. Unfortunately, she had a crazy appearance, so even if he wanted to chat with her, she would have to give him a chance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly and alert her. This crazy woman came and went without a trace, and her concealment secret art was very strange. If he really scared her away, it would not be easy to find her again. Calming his mind, Yang Kai squeezed out a smile on his face, trying to put on a harmless look, and waved to the front. "You, come here." The crazy woman was not moved at all, just smiling mischievously and saying, "Come and catch me." She seemed to only know this one sentence back and forth, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Yang Kai tried to call her a few times, but to no avail, so he felt helpless in his heart. "Sir, take something to tempt her, and see if she will come over," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was a good idea. He buried his head in his space ring for a while, and soon found a red fruit. He now had a lot of alchemy materials, most of which he obtained from killing people, and some of which he found in the ancient medicine garden last time. This jade sand fruit was an emperor-grade alchemy material, so its appearance was naturally extraordinary. What's more, its medicinal age was quite good, and as soon as he took it out, it exuded a strong fragrance. Yang Kai flipped his hand and spread the jade sand fruit on his palm, saying to the front, "Here's something for you to eat. Come here, don't be afraid." He was acting like a bad uncle who wanted to abduct a little girl, and in his heart, he was disgusted with himself. However, he still had to act as if nothing was wrong. The crazy woman hanging upside down on the tree was really interested in this fruit. Her pair of big bright eyes instantly fixed on the fruit, making no attempt to hide the desire in her eyes, even smacking her lips a few times, looking like she was very hungry. However, perhaps it was her nature, but she was still very vigilant. Despite the desire on her face, she didn't rush over to snatch the fruit as Yang Kai wanted. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the leaves rustled and the crazy woman suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. He quickly released his divine sense in an attempt to lock onto her whereabouts. This time, she was about to escape. In this vast ancient lands, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He really did not know where to find her. Walala. Another sound came from the other side. Yang Kai turned his head, and saw that the crazy woman had reappeared on the branch of another tree. She stood there quietly with one hand on the trunk. Quick. So fast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He finally had a taste of this woman's speed. He didn't even have time to lock onto the other party's whereabouts before she reappeared like a ghost. However, this time, the distance between them seemed to be much closer than before. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the fruit in his hand must have piqued her interest. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said in a gentle tone, pushing the fruit in his hand forward, "Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll eat it." While talking, he took the fruit back and slowly moved it to his mouth. Seeing this, the crazy woman became anxious. She looked like she couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the fruit, but for some unknown reason, she walked back and forth on the trunk, refusing to come down. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger and steeled his heart, directly opening his mouth to bite the jade sand fruit. With one bite, his mouth was full of saliva. After all, this was an emperor-grade spirit fruit. The world energy contained in it was naturally extremely astonishing. Moreover, the taste was very good. The alluring fruit fragrance became even more intense. Munch munch. Yang Kai ate with great relish. As he ate, he made some strange sounds, which made the crazy woman's heart itch. She looked at the jade sand fruit again, and a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. As if she had made up her mind, she turned around and turned into a white light shooting towards Yang Kai as fast as lightning. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. How could he miss it? He threw the spirit fruit in his hand towards her head and at the same time stretched out his arm like a dragon, grabbing towards a certain spot in the void. A figure flashed and the crazy woman suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai, her pair of bright eyes staring fixedly at the jade sand fruit thrown by Yang Kai, as if nothing in this world could attract her attention. The spirit fruit flew over, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely hit her forehead. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to kill her, he didn't just throw it casually. Instead, he poured some emperor chi into it, intending to interfere with this crazy woman, so that his next move would be more convenient. Who would have thought that this crazy woman would lean back at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the attack of the spirit fruit? Then, she opened her mouth and directly bit the spirit fruit. Her eyebrows instantly curved into a crescent moon shape, and she looked like she couldn't contain her joy. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had flashed to her side and grabbed her arm. The crazy woman was shocked and hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, an indescribable chill flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her body twisted as if she had no bones, instantly changing positions and standing face to face with Yang Kai. She raised her hand and slammed her other palm towards Yang Kai. Before her attack even arrived, an extremely cold aura spread out, as if it wanted to freeze the world. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help shivering as he shouted, "Ice Principles!" If he had only guessed that this crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third sister, who had been missing for many years, now he was almost certain. All the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's face became serious and he didn't dare to neglect, sending out a palm of his own, space principles pulsing from it. Hong. A loud noise rang out as both of their bodies shook violently, like two small boats tossing about in a storm. The two different principles collided with each other, and were actually evenly matched. After all, the crazy woman's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, and she had attacked in anger, while Yang Kai had reacted hastily. Being able to fight to a draw with her was already the limit of what Yang Kai could do. If it had been any other First-Order Emperor Realm Master, they would have suffered a great loss. Before the two's principles could be decided, the crazy woman suddenly twisted her arm, and the hand Yang Kai grabbed suddenly became soft and flexible like a snake, slipping out of Yang Kai's grasp. Kai Yang was shocked, but by the time he reached out to grab her, it was already too late. After being scared by Kai Yang, the crazy woman had already retreated, and in the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Kai Yang. It wasn't until this moment that the two's principal confrontation came to an end. Yang Kai stood in place with a bitter smile on his face, not daring to act rashly for fear of scaring the other party. More than 20 meters away, the crazy woman stood in place angrily, her eyes full of resentment, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, making Yang Kai feel very embarrassed. Deceiving someone with mental problems, and a woman at that, was really not something to be proud of. Reaching out and grabbing the spirit fruit in her mouth, the crazy woman took a bite, completely ignoring the fact that it had been bitten by Yang Kai. Eating happily, her face was filled with joy. Her nose was not a nose, her eyes were not an eye. Yang Kai sighed slightly. In any case, she was Bing Yun's third disciple and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but now she was acting like this. A single spirit fruit made her look like she had received the greatest happiness. If the people from Ice Heart Valley saw this, they would be heartbroken. He quietly winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and quickly took out a fruit from her space ring, asking softly, "Do you want more? I have some here too. If you want it, I can give it to you." The crazy woman raised her eyes and glanced at the fruit. Her beautiful face paled, and she waved her hand repeatedly. After being teased by Yang Kai, it was as if she had been bitten once by a snake. She would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Not only that, she turned around and ran in a panic. Yang Kai immediately became anxious, annoyed that he had acted too hastily just now. He hadn't figured out the other party's abilities and had alerted her. In fact, before he made his move, he was very confident. After all, with his current strength, he thought that it would be easy to take down a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he didn't expect his third sister's reaction and adaptability to be beyond his imagination. But thinking about it carefully, she had been wandering outside for so long and even survived in the ancient wild lands for so long. If she didn't have some ability, she would have become a pile of bones long ago. Her current strength was probably greater than his eldest senior sister and second senior sister. Although Enrua Yun and Sun Yun Xiu were also second-order Emperor Realm Masters, they hadn't experienced as much danger as her. Danger and tribulations were always stepping stones for a person's growth. Seeing the crazy woman turn around and run, Yang Kai no longer dared to hesitate and shouted, "Third sister, Senior Bing Yun is waiting for you to go back. Where do you think you're going?" He didn't know the name of Bing Yun's third disciple, nor had he inquired about it before, so he could only shout out casually. He even mentioned Bing Yun's name, but he didn't know if it would work. If this crazy woman was really Bing Yun's third disciple, even if her mind was in a mess, she wouldn't be indifferent. To Yang Kai's surprise, the crazy woman froze in place after hearing his shout. Her tender body trembled slightly, and her dark face slowly turned around. She even forgot to swallow the spirit fruit in her mouth. When their eyes met, Yang Kai found that her eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, Bing Yun's name had evoked some memories in her, but her current situation couldn't make those memories clear. Under the confusion of her thoughts, a look of struggle and pain appeared on her face. She must be third sister. Yang Kai was certain in his heart and said softly, "Third sister, Senior Bing Yun has returned. Your eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and several junior sisters are waiting for you. Don't run around. I'll take you home." While speaking, he stretched out his hand towards her. The struggle on third sister's face became more and more serious. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes trembled violently. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks as she murmured, "Honored Master, honored Master." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Third sister was obviously recalling something. Chapter 2564. Just as Yang Kai was about to strike while the iron was hot, his third sister suddenly grabbed her hair and cried out in grief, "Honored Master, where are you? Disciple can't find you." Strands of hair that were stuck together were grabbed by her and fell to the ground. The bleak scene and the sorrowful and self-reproachful tone made those who heard it feel sad and shed tears. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes reddened as she glanced at Yang Kai. "If one day Sir suddenly disappears, I will definitely look for him. Even if it's 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, the passage of time won't stop me." "Honored Master," third sister suddenly shouted again as her body shot up into the sky like a cannonball and shot towards the depths of the ancient lands. Chase. Yang Kai was both angry and helpless. He was angry because he had clearly told his third sister the truth, but she had simply ignored him and instead caused her to become mentally confused. He was also helpless because with his third sister's current situation, he really couldn't reason with her. The only thing he could do now was to find an opportunity to knock out his third sister, even if she had to suffer some injuries. Wrapping himself around Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his space force and teleport several times, but he still lost sight of his third sister after an incense stick worth of time. If his third sister hadn't taken the initiative to appear again, he definitely wouldn't have found her. But this time, his third sister had been stimulated, so it was unlikely that she would take the initiative to appear again. Yang Kai looked around with a face full of annoyance. He had thoroughly experienced his third sister's ability to come and go as she pleased in this damned place. He couldn't help but admire her. Hong long long. A series of noises came from afar. It seemed that many people were approaching. Obviously, the commotion caused by Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she chasing after their third sister, had attracted some attention. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. He didn't know how so many people could suddenly appear in the ancient lands. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. And this aura didn't seem to belong to a human. Monster race? Yang Kai immediately had a guess. Not long after, several figures suddenly rushed out from the side of the forest. These figures all looked ferocious and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the demonic chi on their bodies was rolling and converging in one place, making it seem like their demonic chi was soaring and unstoppable. It was indeed a demon. The leader of the demon clan had a burly figure and held a bone spear in his hand. It was frighteningly white, and it was unknown what kind of monster beast's bone it was made from. It was more than 5 feet long and as thick as a human leg. He held it in his hand, but he was casually swinging it around. He was wearing a simple animal skin. His firm and muscular muscles were exposed. Filled with the beauty of strength, he sat on a steel-backed bristled boar. Its fangs were 2 feet long and curled upwards. Its nostrils exhaled hot air, and its 4 hooves dug into the ground restlessly. Its 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. The demonic beast looked majestic, as if they were gods descending to the mortal world. This was clearly a demon general. Beside this demon general, there were about 30 to 40 demon clan members of varying levels of strength. They spread out with him as the center. They stood there in a disorderly manner. Dozens of pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, sizing them up. Most of them were looking at Zhang Ruoxi. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's appearance was a feast for the eyes. Her slim figure always attracted the attention of males, whether they were humans or demons. The scantily dressed female demons were immediately unhappy. Their eyes were full of hostility as they glared at Zhang Ruoxi. They gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath. Occasionally, 1 or 2 could be heard. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi curiously looked at this group of people who had suddenly appeared. She had never seen a demon clan member before. She had seen many monster beasts, but a demon clan member in human form was not so easy to see. Seeing that these guys were no different from ordinary people on the surface, she could not help but take a few more glances. However, she was not afraid. After all, Yang Kai was by her side, and she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. Humans, your courage is not small. How dare you trespass on this master's territory? The burly demon general sat on the steel-back bristled boar and pointed the bone spear in his hand at them. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He did not know how to answer. He knew that there were many demon clans living in the ancient wildlands. The demon clan was different from the monster beast. Most monster beasts did not have sentience. They only knew how to instinctively absorb world energy to cultivate. Although they had a long lifespan, it was difficult for them to improve their strength, let alone take human form. The demon clan was different. Although they were born from the monster beast, they had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate more effectively. They even had some special demon clan cultivation techniques. In the entire ancient wildlands, the demon clan was the most powerful force. In addition to the demon clan, there were many savage descendants. These savage descendants included countless races that were almost extinct. Although they were few in number, they were extremely powerful. Because these savage descendants had the savage bloodline, they were able to display some unimaginable abilities. Yang Kai was not clear about the division of forces in the ancient wildlands. The only information he had was recorded in the jade slip that Pai San gave him for free. The information in that jade slip was not comprehensive and only contained some information about the ancient wildlands periphery. At this moment, seeing this group of demon clans appear, Yang Kai immediately knew that in order to find Ice Heart Valley's third sister, he had inadvertently intruded into this demon general's territory. Kill, kill, kill. The group of demon clans suddenly shouted. If someone who did not know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this group of demon clans were bandits blocking the road. It was truly laughable. This master asks you. The demon general reined in his mount and turned in a circle. The bone spear in his hand was still pointed at Yang Kai as he asked bluntly, "Have you seen a crazy woman? Third sister?" Yang Kai did not want to waste time with this group of demon clans, but after hearing his question, it was obvious that he had seen Ice Heart Valley's third sister. Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Have you seen her?" The demon general was furious. He urged his demonic chi and coldly snorted, "This master is asking you a question. If you don't want to suffer, answer obediently. Otherwise, this master will teach you a lesson." Unable to talk, Yang Kai decided to attack first. He grinned and said, "Then I'll have to see for myself." The demon general sneered, "Since you are courting death, don't blame this master for not showing mercy." Sitting on his mount, he waved his hand and ordered, "Kill the men and capture the women." With this order, the 30 to 40 demon clans roared and moved like the wind. In an instant, the demonic chi rolled and the flying leaves filled the air. Using the flying leaves as cover, the group of demon clans rushed over desperately. What the hell are they doing? Yang Kai was stunned. He knew that the demon clans were simple-minded, but he did not expect them to be this simple. They did not even consider whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Were they not afraid of being wiped out in one fell swoop? It was really rare for these demon clans to survive in the ancient lands for so long. However, this was also because Yang Kai's strength had increased, and so had his vision. In any case, this group of demon clans had a demon general leading them, and they had quite a number of subordinates. Furthermore, there was the suppression of human cultivators in this place. Even if they encountered a second-order Emperor Realm Master, they could still attack together without fear. Over the years, many people from the Emperor Realm had died at their hands. If they did not have some skills, how could they survive in the ancient lands for so long? There was no such thing as peace in this place. Those who did not have skills would have died long ago. The group of demon clans rushed over, using all kinds of methods. Many demon clans revealed their true forms midway. For a moment, all kinds of strange monster beasts roamed around, bombarding Yang Kai with demon clan's secret techniques, causing the world to change color. The demon general sat at the back and did not move. He just watched coldly. A giant python spat out poisonous fog towards Yang Kai, filling the space around him in an instant, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, a figure tore through the poisonous fog and pounced forward, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. It was a wolf-shaped monster beast that was using the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack. Zheng. With a soft cry, a cold light flashed. Yang Kai stood in place and did not seem to move, but at some point, he had summoned the myriad sword in his hand. The giant wolf brushed past his body. Its scarlet eyes flashed wildly, as if it had seen an extremely terrifying scene. When it landed on the ground, its body rushed forward uncontrollably. With a puff, a large amount of blood spurted out from its neck. Its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground, twitching. This demon clans only had a Dao source realm cultivation. Even if it used the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack, how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? It was killed in one blow. ****. 7 or 8 demon clans transformed into their true forms and rushed out of the poisonous fog, pouncing on Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's sword swung like a dragon, flashing a cold light. With a few muffled sounds, all the demonic beasts that were pouncing towards him were sent flying. Their bodies were split into two in midair. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground as miserable howls rose and fell one after another. The demon clans fell silent for a moment. They stopped in their tracks, and all of them widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect Yong-kai to be so powerful. Asterisk drip, drip, drip. Asterisk only the sound of blood dripping from the myriad sword could be heard, but it was like the sound of death, making the group of demon clans tremble in fear. At this time, they could naturally see that Yong-kai was different from the humans they had encountered before. It seemed he was not to be trifled with. "Brat, how dare you slaughter my people? Quickly accept your death." The demon general was originally sitting at the rear, his eyes constantly wandering over Zhang Ruoxi's graceful figure, revealing a lustful light. In the blink of an eye, he found that almost 10 of his people had died. Furious, he spurred his mount and rushed towards Yong-kai with his spear. It was unknown what kind of strange beast the steel-backed bristled boar was, but its speed was extremely fast. Its forehooves flew, and it actually arrived in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the trees that were hugged by several people were knocked down by it. It was clear how shocking its strength was. Seeing that he had made a move, the other demon clans naturally avoided him and turned to find trouble with Zhang Ruoxi. Yong-kai coldly snorted and wiped his finger on the myriad sword. With a solemn expression, he whispered, "Myriad sword chi, moon swallows the wolf." Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk as the broad sword danced, thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions like a fan that had been scattered. Chapter 2565. Everyone was thrown off their feet as miserable cries filled the air. 20 to 30 monster race cultivators rushed over, but before they could even get close, they were already at a loss as to what to do. Many of the monster race cultivators were struck by dozens or even hundreds of sword chi, their bodies like broken sieves as blood gushed out. After one strike, Yong-kai suddenly disappeared. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk his figure flickered as he arrived in front of the monster general charging at him and slashed down with his sword. The demon general had never seen such a ferocious person before. Originally, when he saw his subordinates fall like straws, he realized that something was wrong. This human seemed to be different from those he had encountered before. Wasn't this too fierce? Now that he was suddenly attacked, he was both shocked and angry. However, his reaction was quick. Flicking the bone spear in his hand, he sent out a series of spear phantoms towards Yong-kai, sending out a series of spear phantoms as monster chi surged and a series of hissing sounds rang out incessantly. Yong-kai swung his sword again and again. With the support of his emperor chi, the myriad sword was incredibly sharp and actually cut the bone spear in half. In the blink of an eye, only half of the bone spear remained in the monster general's hand. Ah! The monster general turned pale with fright. At this time, how could he not know that he had encountered a ghost? In the past, he had encountered many human cultivators, but none of them could kill him like Yong-kai. Even if it was a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him, their strength would be greatly suppressed in this savage, desolate, ancient place. Combined with his dozens of subordinates, he had always been invincible. He had killed many people and robbed many human cultivators of their belongings, making him a windfall. This time, he had kicked an iron plate, and not only did his feet hurt, if he did not deal with this properly, he might even lose his life. Seeing Yong-kai's sword coming down again, the monster general roared in horror and raised his arms to the sky, raising the remaining half of his bone spear and pouring his monster chi into it to block. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk an enormous force was transmitted from above. The bone spear that had accompanied him in battle, for who knew how many years, was directly cut in two. That sharp sword ray was almost touching his face as it slid all the way down, cutting through his chest and abdomen. The steelback bristled pig also bent its limbs. He was half kneeling on the ground, which showed how powerful the attack was. But under the pain, the steelback bristled boar's eyes suddenly turned red. The steel needle-like barbs on its body began to dance in unison before shooting out in all directions. Yong-kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that this mount wasn't just awe-inspiring when riding, but also had some combat power. Yang Kai didn't take the attack head-on. He floated back and waved his broadsword, knocking away some of the steel needles that were attacking him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the steel-back bristled boar suddenly jumped back. He took the demon general to distance himself from Yang Kai. Still in a state of shock, the demon general reached out to wipe his body. After a while, he laughed heartily. "He's not dead. Haha, I'm not dead." At that moment, he thought he was dead for sure. He didn't expect that he was actually unscathed, which made him feel a sense of relief. But after this battle, how could he dare to continue fighting with Yang Kai? Knowing that he wasn't a match for him, he urged his mount to turn around. He turned around and ran. Now that his life was more important, he didn't dare to continue fighting with Yang Kai. He didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. But before he could run a few steps, a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had already blocked his path. His black hair fluttering, his eyes cold, Yang Kai said expressionlessly, "You're not dead because you're still useful to me. Why do you think you can escape?" After saying this, he slashed forward with his sword. The charging steel-backed bristled boar couldn't dodge in time and crashed into the sword ray. Accompanied by a mournful roar, its huge body was neatly divided into two halves. Blood and intestines flowed all over the ground, and the two halves of its body continued to charge forward under the force of inertia. The demon general sitting on its back was also sent flying, crashing into more than a dozen large trees in succession before rolling under a tree root in a sorry state, unable to get up for a long time. Zheng. A cold light flashed as a broadsword was pressed against the demon general's brow. The demon general was startled and his eyes became cross-eyed. Gradually, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Cold sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead. The demon general knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He didn't die because he was spared, not because of his strength. If this human in front of him really wanted to take his life, it would be a piece of cake. Gudong. The sound of him swallowing his saliva could be heard. The demon general's face paled as he squeezed out a forced smile. Without any demeanor of a demon, he opened his mouth and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life." It wasn't Yang Kai's first time dealing with the monster race. When he was in Tongxian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land, he had lived with many monster race people. He knew that these guys were no different from humans. There were many who were afraid of death. Although the one in front of him had a cultivation comparable to the Emperor realm, he was undoubtedly a coward. "Do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai asked coldly, the myriad sword in his hand moving forward. A trace of blood immediately oozed out of the demon general's forehead, causing him to tremble in fear and hurriedly say, "Live, I want to live." "If you want to live, answer my questions obediently. If you dare lie, I'll immediately take your dog life." "Master, ask away." The demon general didn't dare to move, otherwise, he would definitely nod his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yang Kai's face sank as he asked, "I heard you mention a crazy woman earlier. Could it be that you've seen her?" When the demon general heard this, he immediately understood that some of the trouble he had encountered this time came from his mouth. This human powerhouse was undoubtedly related to that crazy woman. He swallowed his saliva and carefully asked, "Sir, may I ask if that woman is your, him?" Yang Kai glared and snorted coldly. "I'm the one asking you a question. You only need to answer honestly." "Yes, yes, yes." The demon general felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly said, "I've seen her. Not only have I seen her, but I've dealt with her more than once." "What happened? Tell me in detail." The demon general's expression suddenly turned bitter, and he cried, "Master, please judge clearly. That crazy woman, cough cough." Unable to understand the relationship between Yang Kai and that crazy woman, the demon general was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him in anger. He observed Yang Kai's expression and found that Yang Kai wasn't angry, so he continued, "That woman has caused us a lot of trouble. She stole the heavenly spirit replenishing spirit fruit that I grew on the mountain once a month, a total of 5 fruits. In less than half a year, she stole them all. Even the fruit trees were uprooted by her. Those were the spirit fruits that I prepared for my breakthrough. I've been growing them for 1,000 years, and when they were about to blossom and bear fruit, I didn't even get to taste anything fresh. Old Ox next door had more than a dozen turtle snake grass, but she also uprooted them all. Who's Old Ox? Yang Kai furrowed his brows. The demon general hurriedly said, Niu Quan. He's the same as me, a demon general under the Flying Eagle Monster King. He lives next door to me. Continue. Yang Kai poked him with his sword and didn't continue to dwell on this matter. The demon general in front of him continuously shrank back. He wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Heiya's 10 square fruit, 2 Rue's golden rainbow spring, Zhue Feng's emperor-level pomegranate. All of them were ruined by her. I can name more than a dozen, but I don't know how many I can't name. She ran around this area randomly, and almost all of our brother's treasures were visited by her. The Flying Eagle Monster King was furious, saying that we were useless, that we couldn't even take down a crazy woman. He ordered us to capture her within half a year, so as to prevent him from losing face in front of the other monster kings. Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai naturally didn't recognize Heiya, Tu Rue, Zhue Feng, and so on, but he guessed that they were of the same status as this demon general in front of him. However, he was familiar with the 10 square fruit and emperor-level pomegranate. These were all top-grade spirit medicines. Listening to the demon general in front of him, it seemed that his third sister had ruined many of the precious treasures guarded by these demon generals. No wonder she was a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, even though she wasn't in her right mind. There were countless dangers in the ancient lands, but there was no lack of opportunities. His third sister had ruined so many treasures, so her cultivation must have improved. After hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel angry and amused. Why did it feel like the ancient lands had become his third sister's back garden? She could go wherever she wanted, take whatever she wanted, and the demon generals couldn't do anything about it. When did this happen? Yang Kai asked again. It has been like this for the past 50 years. The demon general replied with a look of shame. A crazy woman had been jumping around in the ancient lands for 50 years, and the monster race couldn't do anything to her. It was really shameful. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You brought these subordinates just to find that crazy woman? The demon general said, Yes. I heard from my subordinates that they found traces of her in this area. So this lowly one rushed over without stopping, and now I've run into you. Squeezing out a smile, the demon general asked cautiously, Master, what is your relationship with that woman? None of your business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The demon general shrunk his neck, but he could see that Yang Kai and that crazy woman had some kind of relationship. They were definitely not enemies, otherwise, why would he show such a worried look? Rolling his eyes, the demon general said, That woman's figure is strange and unpredictable. Although we have been searching for her, no one has ever succeeded. Every time, she escapes. Master, what are you doing? Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw Yang Kai's eyes turn cold, and the sword in his hand seemed to be showing signs of stabbing into his body. The demon general was scared out of his wits. Knowing that his life was hanging by a thread, he hurriedly begged, Master, please spare my life. This lowly one will definitely serve the master. What use do I have for a group of monsters like you? Yang Kai coldly snorted, but his hands didn't stop moving. He only wanted to find out about his third sister, and now that he had found out, there was no need to keep this demon general alive. Sensing his killing intent, the demon general's forehead was covered in sweat. His mind flashed, and he hurriedly said, This lowly one can help Master find that woman's trace. This lowly one has been following her for 50 years, so I have some understanding of her. Please give me a chance, Master. Chapter 2566. He really had no other choice. He didn't know if saying this would work, but this was still a life-saving straw, so he had to grab it first. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really stopped what he was doing. The demon general immediately knew that he had made the right bet and said, Master, rest assured. As long as Master spares my life, this one will not disappoint Master. Besides, this one has some subordinates, so if we send them out to search, they will be of some help. This makes sense. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet Ice Heart Valley's third sister in the ancient wildlands, but since he had already encountered her, he couldn't just leave her be. However, Ice Heart Valley's third sister was very strange, and her concealment secret art was very powerful. If he and Zhang Ruoshi were to search for her, they might not be able to. If he could get the help of this demon general, they could save some time. After all, the other party had a lot of people. In order to calm Yang Kai down, or rather, to save his life, the demon general gritted his teeth and proposed. If Master thinks it is possible, this one is willing to offer his soul seal and follow Master wherever he goes. Offering his soul seal would make him a soul slave. Life and death were only in Yang Kai's hands. Previously, in order to control Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai had done this. However, Hua Qingxi was forced into a corner, so this demon general took the initiative to propose this. However, this demon general didn't care about such things. In order to save his life, he didn't care about such things. But who knew if he would regret it in the future? Give it to me. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to him. You really want it? The demon general's mouth twitched as he looked at Yang Kai's cold eyes. But he didn't dare to resist, so he obediently closed his eyes and activated his secret technique. A moment later, a golden light flew out from his forehead and was caught by Yang Kai. The demon general snorted, his face turning pale. After sealing the soul seal in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai put away his myriad sword and said lightly, "Get up." The demon general felt bitter in his heart. However, he knew that he had at least managed to keep his life. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. He looked at his mount that had been cut in half not far away and sighed faintly. Master, tell that girl to stop. This lowly one is worried that something might happen to her. The demon general pointed to Zhang Ruoshi, who was still fighting with the monster race crowd. Yang Kai nodded and whispered in Zhang Ruoshi's ear. The demon general also shouted at the same time, "All of you, stop." It was obvious that he had quite a bit of prestige in front of these monster race masters. With this order, the monster race masters retreated one after another, putting some distance between them and Zhang Ruoshi. 2 corpses were left on the ground. Although they had been fighting in full swing, not many people had actually died. The main reason was that Zhang Ruoshi couldn't go all out against so many enemies. After all, she was only in the 3rd order Dao Source realm. However, in such a short time, she had already killed 2 monster race masters without suffering any injuries. This was enough to make the monster race masters tremble in fear. Fortunately, the demon general ordered them to stop. Otherwise, if a few more died, who knew if they would have the courage to continue fighting? Both sides looked at the demon general and Yang Kai and saw that they were actually living in peace. They all looked curious, wondering what was going on. The demon general coughed softly. It's a misunderstanding. This master is one of us, so there's no need to fight anymore. He was too embarrassed to tell his subordinates that he had become Yang Kai's soul slave. After all, he still wanted to save some face. When he spoke, he secretly looked at Yang Kai's expression and found that he didn't mind, so he was relieved. The group of monster race masters looked at each other, wondering what their master was doing. No matter how they looked at it, this man and woman were humans. How did they become one of them in the blink of an eye? However, after experiencing the power of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi, they didn't dare to say anything for fear of provoking another fatal disaster. From now on, when you see this master, it's as if you see me. Do you understand? The demon general pointed at Yang Kai and shouted. Although the group of monster race masters were confused, they still nodded. The main reason was that they were afraid and didn't want to avenge their dead companions. The demon general turned around and smiled flatteringly. Master, you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you follow this little one to the mountain to rest first? What rest? Yang Kai didn't give him a good look and waved his hand. Hurry up and let them find her. If they can't find her, you're dead. The demon general's face suddenly turned bitter. Master, you don't know. That woman won't show up for a while. It's useless to look for her. Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. What do you mean? The demon general cupped his fists and said, She is very timid. Every time she is frightened, She will hide for 1 to 2 months. During this time, no one can find her, so if you want to find her, you'll have to wait. Once the limelight passes, she will naturally show up again. Seeing the suspicious look on Yang Kai's face, the demon general made a solemn vow. Everything this lowly one says is true, Serkan asked them. Yang Kai had already experienced how timid his third brother was. It should be related to his mental state, so he didn't think this demon general was lying to him. What's more, his life was now in his hands, so he didn't have the guts to lie. Even if you can't find her, you still have to look for her. Inform me immediately if you have any news, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Although he knew this demon general wouldn't lie, Yang Kai still held on to the slightest hope. Yes, yes, yes. The demon general couldn't persuade Yang Kai and could only order the monster race masters to disperse and report back immediately if there was any news. 20 to 30 monster race masters of different cultivations received the order and scattered in all directions, leaving only 5 monster race masters on standby. Where do you want to rest? Yang Kai glanced at the demon general expressionlessly. Now that someone was helping him find his third brother, he didn't have to work so hard himself. Moreover, this demon general had said that his third brother wouldn't show up for a month or 2, so he had no intention of looking for him. He would wait for a month or 2 to find out. Hearing this, the demon general immediately stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture, nodding and bowing. This way, it's not far. We'll be there in half a day. Yang Kai nodded, his figure leaping up and flying towards that direction. Zhang Ruo, she didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, but she didn't ask and just followed Yang Kai into the air. When she passed by the demon general, she looked at him with disdain. For better or worse, he was a monster race master from the Emperor realm. How could he be so spineless? He was even worse than a human. Didn't she say that the monster race in the ancient lands were all brave and good at fighting? The demon general was speechless under Zhang Ruoxi's glare. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and followed them. Following his guidance, the group of people flew to the place where the demon general was staying. What's your name? Yang Kai suddenly asked halfway. The demon general cupped his hands and said, This one is Yang Yue. I heard you mention a flying eagle monster king before. What's his background? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Yang Yue immediately looked serious and said solemnly, Master Flying Eagle is one of the 8 monster kings under the Holy Senior. His strength is unfathomable. He has reached the peak of the 12th order, comparable to a 3rd order Emperor Realm Master. 8 Monster King. Yang Kai frowned. So, there are 7 Monster Kings like this? Yang Yue chuckled and said proudly, How could there be only 7? There are 32 Monster Kings in the ancient lands. Yang Kai was shocked. So many? All of them are 3rd order Emperor Realm Masters? Yang Yue nodded. Of course. Without such strength, how could they sit on the Monster King's throne? In fact, there are more than 32 Monster Kings with such strength. It's just that there are only 32 Monster Kings. Those powerful existences who can't occupy the position of Monster King serve the Holy Senior. There are more than a dozen of them, and each of them is not inferior to the most powerful Monster King. Some are even stronger. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Before he came here, he didn't know that there were so many powerful monster clans in the ancient lands. After hearing Yang Yue's words, he realized that he had underestimated this ancient lands. Which sect in the entire star boundary could have so many 3rd order Emperor Realm Masters? Even the sects of the great emperors didn't have that many, right? At most, 7 or 8 of them would be enough. In other words, the forces in the ancient lands were comparable to the sum of 4 or 5 overlord sects like Star Soul Palace. No wonder people said that the ancient lands were dangerous. It was more than dangerous. It was like the gates of hell. If one wasn't careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. He was slightly relieved that he didn't kill Yang Yue on the spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such information. This made him a little worried about the rest of his journey. Then, what is a Holy Senior? Yang Kai asked hesitantly as a frightening thought suddenly appeared in his mind. A Holy Senior is a Holy Senior. Yang Yue chuckled. They rule over the entire ancient lands. Oh, right. According to the humans, a Holy Senior is a divine spirit. Sure enough, Yang Kai was shocked. Although there were rumors that divine spirits lived in the ancient lands, no one could prove it. However, listening to young Yue's words, it seemed that all the monster clans living here knew about it. There really are divine spirits in the ancient lands. Zhang Ruo, she also looked at Yang Yue in shock. She couldn't immediately digest this shocking news. Her mouth was slightly open, and her breath smelled like orchids. This wasn't the end of it. Yang Yue threw out another bombshell. No one knew what he was thinking. There are 4 holy seniors in the ancient lands. Each holy senior has 8 monster king and left and right holy envoys. Hee, the strength of our ancient lands is extraordinary. 4 holy seniors. Doesn't that mean there are 4 divine spirits here? Yang Kai's face turned pale. Although his current strength wasn't bad, he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against an existence like a divine spirit. Yang Yue observed Yang Kai's expression and found it strange. He secretly laughed in his heart. Who told you not to give me face? Are you scared now? Unexpectedly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him coldly. No matter how powerful a holy senior or a monster king is, I can take your life with a single thought. This time, it was Yang Yue's turn to turn pale. He cried out in sorrow, Master, this little one is loyal to you. The sun and moon can bear witness to this. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Master, you are wise. Loyalty, my ass. How long have we known each other? How can you talk about loyalty? You are simply lying through your teeth. Don't worry, I will return your freedom when I find that woman. Yang Kai snorted. After hitting him with a club, he naturally had to give him a date. Yang Yue was overjoyed, but he said, This little one is willing to be at Master's beck and call. This little one will never be disloyal. And where did this guy learn to say such things? He is so good at flattering people. He specializes in making people happy, but he says it like it's true. Zhang Ruoxi's gaze became more and more disdainful. Chapter 2567. Half a day later, the group landed on top of a mountain. The entire ancient lands was densely packed with countless mountain peaks. These peaks were the best hiding places for monster race cultivators. This was where Yang Yue's cave mansion was located. According to him, with this place as the center, the surrounding 10 mountain peaks were all his territory. Yang Kai took out the jade slip Sanpai gave him before and compared it. He found that this location was within the range recorded in the jade slip for the time being, but it was marked with a red mark, symbolizing an ominous place. It seemed that the information in this jade slip was not completely useless. Generally, if a cultivator saw the mark on the jade slip, they would definitely not dare to come here without permission. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave that allowed people to enter and exit. After entering the cave and arriving at the mountainside, there was a completely different world inside. There were many grottos and other similar places. It didn't matter whether they were beautiful or not. The monster race didn't care about this. Yang Yue led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi into the grotto, giving the best room inside to Yang Kai and the adjacent room to Zhang Ruoxi before bowing and retreating. His life was in the other's hands, so he had to be respectful. Inside the grotto, Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place was small, it was fully equipped. This should be Yang Yue's place of residence. There was a stone bed and exquisite bedding on the bed, but he didn't know where it came from. There was also a bath in the grotto, which seemed to be a pool of spring water from the mountain. The water was so clear that Yang Kai reached out to touch it and found that the temperature was just right. This monster actually knows how to enjoy life. Yang Kai smiled slightly, walked to a stone bench nearby and sat down. Sir, what should we do now? Zhang Ruoxi followed him and asked. Since we're already here, let's just take it as it comes. Yang Kai sighed slightly. He didn't expect this trip to the ancient lands to have such a turn of events. However, he couldn't just ignore his third brother, but he also had to find Xiao Xiao. He had a spiritual connection with Xiao Xiao, just like how he could sense the existence of Lu Yin. As long as they were within a certain range, they should be able to find each other. Zhang Ruoxi naturally followed his orders and had no objections. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two of them looked at each other. Yang Kai signaled to Zhang Ruoxi with his eyes, and the latter quickly walked out. Outside the door, Yang Yue stood there uneasily. Behind him were two beautiful maids, each carrying something. One of them was holding a pot of spirit wine, while the other was holding a plate of spirit fruits. Their beautiful eyes were filled with a myriad of flirtatious expressions, and their figures were slim and graceful. She had a slender waist and ample buttocks. Her body was lightly covered by a thin veil, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible, especially her 2 pairs of snow-white slender thighs, which were exposed to the outside, causing one's blood to boil. These 2 beautiful maids were clearly not humans. There was a very obvious demonic chi on him. He didn't know what kind of monster beast it was, but since it could take human form, it was undoubtedly intelligent and knew how to cultivate. The 2 women were also very curious. They were originally Yang Yue's exclusive property, but this time, Yang Yue had ordered them to properly serve a distinguished guest. Yang Yue had clearly said that no matter what the distinguished guest wanted to do to them, they had to greet him with a smile and flatter him. They were not allowed to disobey in the slightest. The 2 women weren't inexperienced virgins, so how could they not know what Yang Yue was planning? They didn't mind. Accompanying Yang Yue was one thing, but accompanying the distinguished guest was also another. They just guessed that some powerful monster commander or monster king had arrived here. Otherwise, how could Yang Yue be willing to let the 2 of them personally go out to please this guest? When the door opened, Yang Yue raised his head, but before he could say the words, "Master," he swallowed them back down and looked at Zhang Ruoshi in amazement. "Young lady, it's you. Where's the master?" Zhang Ruoshi glanced at him warily, then looked at the 2 seductively dressed dragon ladies behind him. Her pretty face suddenly turned cold, especially when the 2 dragon ladies kept looking inside through the crack in the door, as if they could see something, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Looking back, she found that Yang Kai was also looking at them curiously, his eyes constantly sweeping over the 2 dragon ladies. With a wave of his hand, the door closed at once, isolating the 2 shameless dragon ladies from their presumptuous gazes, causing the 2 women to look at each other with resentment. "Master is tired and is resting. What's the matter?" Zhang Ruo, she didn't give Yang Yue any face. Yang Yue chuckled and bowed. "It's like this. Master has just arrived here, and there's nothing much to entertain in this desolate mountain. So I specially offer a pot of spirit wine and a plate of spirit fruits as a small token of my appreciation. I hope Master won't take offense." Only then did Zhang Ruoshi's gaze shift to the spirit wine and spirit fruits, her nostrils gently snorting. Yang Yue didn't know what she meant and stood there waiting for her to move out of the way, but he found that Zhang Ruoshi was like a door god blocking the way, with no intention of moving out of the way at all. Helpless, he could only tilt his head and signal to the 2 dragon ladies to hand over the things in their hands to Zhang Ruoshi. "Is there anything else?" Zhang Ruoshi took the things and asked impatiently when she saw that they still showed no signs of leaving. Yang Yue smiled flatteringly. "Master must be tired after such a long journey. This one has also prepared 2 servants to serve Master's bath and rest. I wonder if young lady would be so kind as to..." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhang Ruoshi reach out and point in the direction they came from. Yang Yue looked back but didn't find anything. He couldn't help but scratch his head suspiciously. "I can serve Master. There's no need for you. Scram back to wherever you came from. Other than news of that crazy woman, if you dare to disturb Master's cultivation again, I'll take your dog lives." Zhang Ruoshi's eyes turned cold and murderous. Yang Yue was startled. He didn't know what he had done to offend this lady, but he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of her. After all, Zhang Ruoshi was brought here by Yang Kai. Offending her would not end well. He quickly bowed and apologized before leaving with the 2 dragon ladies. The 2 dragon ladies had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Needless to say, they were full of resentment. Shameless vixens. Zhang Ruoshi clenched her teeth and cursed, holding the wine jug in one hand and the fruit plate in the other. These 2 vixens who were like withered flowers and withered willows had actually set their sights on Mr. It was really too infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that Mr.'s eyes were actually shining just now. He was actually looking at them from head to toe with a curious expression. Turning around, Zhang Ruoshi suppressed her anger and was about to push the door open when her raised foot suddenly froze in midair. She suddenly remembered that after following Sir for so many years, she had never seen him have intimate contact with any woman. She was no longer a child, so how could she not know about love between a man and a woman? When she lived with Sister Hua and the sealed world bead, Sister Hua would often tease her about it, making her blush. She was very clearly aware that with Mister's current cultivation and strength, if he wanted a woman, there were a myriad of beauties for him to choose from. However, he just happened to not have such thoughts. He'd overcome all obstacles and cultivated bitterly, and he'd utterly not had the time to relax. What man doesn't like women? Why is Sir so self-disciplined? She suddenly felt a little guilty, feeling that she shouldn't have stopped the two-dragon lady. After all, from Sir's gaze just now, he seemed to be very interested in the two-dragon lady, but she acted on her own initiative and casually sent them away. She pushed the door open and entered uneasily. Zhang Ruo, she put the spirit wine and spirit fruit on the table and explained what happened just now, carefully looking at Yang Kai's expression. Kai Yang only made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't make any further movements. Sir isn't angry because I ruined his good time, right? Otherwise, why is his reaction so calm? Zhang Ruo, she suddenly felt a little worried. Some things can't stand up to speculation, and once speculations start, it gets out of hand. After a long silence, Zhang Ruo, she bit her red lips and said, Sir, you've been working hard for so long. Do you want me to call the two-dragon lady back and let them serve you while you rest? After saying this, Zhang Ruo, she's cheeks blushed, and she felt a little uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. Yang Kai sniffed the fragrance of the spirit wine and said without raising his head, No need. He looked around just now and was just curious about what kind of monster beast the two-dragon lady had transformed into. They were so enchanting and charming. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely be a source of calamity. He had no other intentions. While speaking, he poured himself a glass of spirit wine to taste. Then, Ruo, she will serve you personally? PFFF. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of spirit wine and hurriedly wiped it. Seeing this, Zhang Ruo, she giggled and walked forward, rolling up her sleeves and gently wiping Yang Kai's wet clothes. Yang Kai stared blankly at Ruo, she's jade-like face and smiled. Ruo, she, you've grown up? He still remembered when he brought Zhang Ruo, she out of the Zhang family. The little girl hadn't grown up yet. After following him for so long, she had already become a great beauty. Perhaps it was because it was dark under the light, but Yang Kai hadn't noticed until now. Zhang Ruo, she heard this and paused slightly, her cheeks blushing. Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder and motioned for her to get up. He then stood up and shook off the wine on his clothes. If you take a fancy to any man in the future, just tell me and I'll make the decision for you. I'll make sure he marries you grandly. Zhang Ruo, she pursed her red lips and didn't say a word, a bitter look in her eyes. Well, there shouldn't be anything to do for now. Go cultivate. I'll call you if something happens. Yang Kai waved his hand. Zhang Ruo, she opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she responded, yes. Walking out of the room, Zhang Ruo, she closed the door behind her and went into a nearby rock cave. Zhang Ruo, she covered her cheeks with her hands, feeling the burning heat on her cheeks and the thumping sound of her heart beating like a war drum. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. She suddenly felt like she was on a whim and said the words she normally didn't dare to say. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know where she got the courage. She had a feeling that if she didn't say these words now, she wouldn't have a chance in the future. Could it be that she had reached the so-called young girl yearning for love stage? Chapter 2568. Cultivating in the mountains, Yang Kai was unaware of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Yue was very tactful. Ever since he was sent away by Zhang Ruo Shi that day, he hadn't shown his face again. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. Now that he had the soul seal in his hands, Yang Yue couldn't get rid of his control at all. If he dared to have any devious thoughts, he would be courting death. Zhang Ruo, she didn't come again either. She cultivated next door wholeheartedly. She now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm. She had obtained a lot of benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, including the complete star source. Now was the time to integrate her star source, comprehend Emperor intent, and break through to the Emperor realm. A month later, There was a knock on the door again. Yang Kai opened his eyes and waved his hand to open the door. Yang Yue walked in respectfully and cupped his fists. "Master, there's news?" Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Lead the way." The matter of his third sister couldn't be delayed. Only by resolving it as soon as possible could he find Xiao Xiao with peace of mind. Therefore, when he heard Yang Yue's report, he didn't want to delay for a moment and set off immediately. After leaving the room, Zhang Ruoxi, who had received Yang Kai's message, also hurried out. Their eyes met. Yang Kai nodded gently while Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai without saying a word. A ray of light shot up into the sky, left the mountain, turned in midair, and flew in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Yue described his discovery in detail. Over the past month, the 20 or so monster race subordinates who were still alive had been looking for his third sister. Half a day ago, a small monster race subordinate suddenly discovered something and quickly reported it to Yang Yue. However, they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. His third sister was too vigilant. Over the past few decades, they had found her many times but never succeeded in capturing her. Therefore, they had been watching her movements from afar and quietly following her. But then again, with the strength of Yang Yue's monster race subordinates, even if they fought her head-on, they wouldn't be her opponent. Yang Kai guessed that Yang Yue didn't know that his third sister was a second-order emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come out valiantly a month ago. According to the report of his subordinates, third brother seemed to have been hiding under a river. It was a coincidence that he was able to discover him this time. Perhaps third brother had been hiding for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Who would have thought that he would be exposed as soon as he left the river? Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed easier to work with more people. If he were to look for Yang Yue, who knew when he would be able to find him? Last time, he had failed to kill Yang Yue and had instead subdued him. It was a wise decision. It wasn't a long journey, but before Yang Kai and the others arrived, a monster race cultivator flew towards them. Yang Yue took a closer look and hurriedly said, "It's one of us." He took the lead and walked towards the demon. The moment the two demons met, the demon was stunned. He then whispered a few words. Yang Yue's expression changed. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai uneasily. Seeing his strange expression, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Yang Yue said bitterly, "We've been discovered." Did third brother run away again? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Last time, third brother had run away and hid for a month. If he ran away again, he would have to hide for another month. He didn't have that much time to waste here. You can say that he ran away, but you can also say that he didn't. Yang Yue said awkwardly, as if he didn't know how to explain this to Yang Kai. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Yue opened his mouth. He sighed and said, "That woman entered the tomb." What tomb? Yang Kai frowned. The 10,000 spirit tomb. Yang Yue said with a bitter expression. When he said these words, his face turned pale and his body trembled, as if he was extremely afraid. Yang Kai didn't know the inside story and said impatiently, "Since you know she went there, why didn't you continue to follow her?" Yang Yue's expression changed greatly as he said in panic, "Master, you don't know. The 10,000 spirit tomb is a place that cannot be entered. It is the burial place of all the creatures in the ancient lands. It has always been a place where people enter but never come out." Yang Kai sneered, "I don't care. Tell your people to continue to follow her, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Yue said in shock, "Master, listen to me first. What is going on with the 10,000 spirit tomb? After you understand, you will understand that this lowly one is powerless." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and found that he wasn't exaggerating. So he said, "Good. Let's see what kind of tricks you can come up with." Yang Yue smiled bitterly. "This lowly one doesn't dare. This lowly one wants to let Master know that the 10,000 spirit tomb is an invisible place and the burial place of all the creatures in the ancient lands." What is an invisible place? Yang Yue said bitterly, "No one knows where it is and it is impossible to find." Yang Kai said angrily, "You just said that third brother entered the 10,000 spirit tomb, and now you say that you don't know where he is? Do you think this young master is a 3-year-old child who can be fooled by you? Zhang Ruo, she also looked at him coldly with an unfriendly expression. The main reason was that Yang Yue's words contradicted each other so much that it was hard not to be suspicious. Yang Yue was terrified and felt the pressure on his soul. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he would die today. So he said anxiously, "Master, please calm down. Everything this lowly one said is true. Moreover, the 10,000 spirit tomb is an existence that all the creatures in the ancient lands know about. You can ask anyone, and they will know about it. How could this lowly one dare to deceive you?" Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that Yang Yue wouldn't joke about this, so he raised his hand and said, "Continue." Yang Yue took a deep breath, knowing that he wouldn't die for a while. So he said carefully, "The 10,000 spirit tomb is ethereal and untraceable. It will appear anywhere in the ancient lands without any pattern. It can be as short as a day or two and as long as a few months. Every time it appears, only one door will appear. If you want to enter, you can enter through that door. But for so many years, no one has ever been able to come out after entering. Moreover, when the 10,000 spirit tomb appears, the monster beast or the creatures of the ancient lands that are about to die of old age nearby will take the initiative to enter the tomb and wait for death. That's why it is called the 10,000 spirit tomb. Together with the blood door, it is one of the 2 forbidden areas of the ancient lands. How did this blood door get involved? Yang Kai didn't know what this blood door was, but since it was a forbidden area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. He wasn't in the mood to ask about the blood door, so he just said, "According to what you said, the 10,000 spirit tomb is the place where the creatures of the ancient lands die of old age?" "Master, please enlighten me." Yang Yue bowed. "What's third brother doing there?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Yue thought to himself, "How am I supposed to know if you're asking me?" However, he didn't dare to complain. He could only reply bitterly, "I'm not sure either. But since we've entered, I'm afraid it's not good, because even the most powerful monster king would die if he entered." Since he had already said so much, he only hoped that the master in front of him wouldn't be reckless. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "Lead the way. Let's go to the 10,000 spirit tomb to take a look." "I've said so much for nothing," Yang Yue lamented in his heart. He wanted to dissuade Yang Kai, but when he met Yang Kai's gaze, he obediently led the way. Not long after, the few of them landed at the bottom of an open valley. In the surrounding forest, a few members of the Goblin clan suddenly appeared. Yang Kai felt that they were familiar. They should be the subordinates of Yang Yue that he met last time. "Master." Several Goblin clan cultivators stepped forward and saluted. Yang Yue waved his hand and had them stand aside while he looked at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai was also looking around the valley, trying to find where the 10,000 spirit tomb was, but he couldn't find it. He frowned and asked, "Where's the tomb?" Yang Yue tilted his head and looked at one of his subordinates. The Goblin clan cultivator immediately pointed and said, "It's right in front of us. Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Yang Yue was shocked and hurriedly said, "This servant wouldn't dare. It's just that the tomb door is invisible and can't be seen. Only when a dying person enters it will it reveal some clues." "Really?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Yue suspiciously. Even with his current powerful divine sense, he couldn't find anything. However, Yang Yue seemed to be telling the truth, making it difficult for him not to be suspicious. "Sir, can't you see it?" Zhang Ruo, she suddenly asked. "See what?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "There's a door of light over there. A dark gray door of light." Zhang Ruo, she pointed in that direction. When the monster race cultivators heard this, their eyes widened and they looked at Zhang Ruo, she in shock. Yang Kai also did his best to scan the area with his divine sense, but still found nothing, so he said in frustration, "There's nothing." "How can that be? It's clearly there." Zhang Ruo, she looked suspicious. Yang Yue looked at Zhang Ruo, she timidly and asked tentatively, "Young lady, can you see the tomb door?" "Yes." Zhang Ruo, she didn't know why they were so surprised. Yang Yue's face suddenly became unnatural. He looked around and saw the strange expressions of the monster race cultivators. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and snorted. Didn't you just say that only dying people can see the tomb door? How do you explain this? Is Ruoshi also a dying person? Zhang Ruoshi was startled, and her eyebrows rose as she glared at Yang Yue. This evildoer actually cursed me to death. Sure enough, he's not a good person. Yang Yue said with a sullen face. That's why this lowly one said that the myriad spirit tomb is an invisible place. I don't know what happened today. He turned his head and grabbed one of his subordinates by the collar, shouting angrily, Are you sure there's a tomb door over there? The monster race cultivator hurriedly said, Yes, yes, that woman disappeared from there. When she went in, the tomb door flashed. I saw it clearly. The two monster race cultivators on the side also nodded repeatedly. Only then did Yang Yue put him down, glancing over at Yang Kai uneasily. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at this moment, a very dull sound rang out, as if a behemoth was approaching. The sound of trees crashing to the ground came from the direction of the sound. Hearing this, Kai Yang and the others turned their heads, only to see dust billowing in the distance. A huge figure was winding its way out of the forest. Every step it took caused the earth to shake. In the air above the huge figure, there were many monster race cultivators who were following closely behind. As they flew, they were constantly shouting something, appearing to be extremely anxious. Chapter 2569. Master, it's Master Nyo's people. A monster suddenly approached Yang Yue and whispered. Yang Yue's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He quickly flew into the air and saw the appearance of the behemoth coming over. He couldn't help but shout, Nyo Quan. He had mentioned the name Nyo Quan before. Although Yang Kai didn't ask in detail, he knew that Nyo Quan was a monster general. He should be on the same level as Yang Yue, but he didn't expect to meet him here today. Yang Kai was considering whether to ask Yang Yue to cooperate with him to kill the witnesses, so as to prevent the unrelated monster race from finding out that he and Yang Yue were together. But he didn't expect Yang Yue to directly fly over there. He waited in the air and shouted, Old Nyo, where are you going? There was no response. Yang Yue's expression changed again. He hurriedly said, Old Nyo, I'm Old Yang. Wake up and look at me. The demonic beasts who had followed Nyo Quan all the way here obviously recognized Yang Yue. Immediately, one of the demonic beasts cried out, Lord Yang, please cast a spell to save my lord. I don't know what happened today, but my lord suddenly revealed his true form and ran here without a care in the world. We couldn't stop him, and he didn't respond to our shouts. Hearing him say this, Yang Yue immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. He glanced at the place where the invisible door was, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He sighed heavily, waved his hand, and flew back to Yang Kai's side. Rumble. The trees broke in the middle, and the behemoth finally rushed out of the woods. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it. He discovered that an incomparably huge, bull-shaped demonic beast had appeared in front of him. Its entire body was suffused with a misty green luster, and its skin was full of wrinkles that crisscrossed with each other. It was obvious that these were the marks left behind by the passage of time. Its 4 hooves were each the size of a house, and every time they landed, the ground would shake and the mountains would shake. On both sides of the monster's head, there were 2 sharp horns that curved like sickles. However, one of its horns was broken. No one knew who did it, but the broken horn did not weaken the monster beast's aura. Instead, it made it look even more ferocious. This should be the demon general called Nyo Quan. Yang Kai knew what was going on, but he didn't know why the demon general would reveal his true form. Although the demon race's combat strength would increase greatly after revealing their true form, they were still not as agile as humans. Therefore, the demon race wouldn't reveal their true form unless it was absolutely necessary. What happened? Yang Kai turned to look at Yang Yue. My time is up. Are we going to enter the cemetery? Yang Yue sighed slightly. There was a hint of sadness in his tone. He had long known that Nyo Quan would not live for long, but he did not expect this day to come so suddenly. Yang Kai looked at Nyo Quan and then looked at the location of the tomb door that the demons had pointed out. He suddenly realized something and said, It can feel the summoning of the All-Spirits tomb? Yang Yue nodded and said, all the creatures of the ancient lands, before their time is up, they can feel the location of the All-Spirits tomb and can't help but enter it. Old Nyo, he sighed heavily and was speechless. This is worth a look. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had no friendship with Nyo Quan. Previously, he was not sure whether this All-Spirits tomb was real or not, but now there was a way to verify it. Therefore, Yang Kai did not feel anything. Instead, he looked at it with great interest, as if it was an eye-opener. Nyo Quan's group of subordinates were still calling, but after transforming into their true forms, it seemed to be unable to hear anything. It only knew to walk step by step towards the location of the tomb door. Not long after, all the demon race who followed them learned the truth from Yang Yue's subordinates. They knew that their master was going to enter the All-Spirits tomb. Suddenly, they all looked sad and sorrowful. Under everyone's gazes, Nyo Quan walked to an open area in the valley. Suddenly, it stopped and moved to the sky before charging forward. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant, because in the void, a grayish-black door of light suddenly flashed. The door of light was more than 100 feet tall, and although it had been standing there, it was hidden in the void. If Nyo Quan had not entered and caused a ripple, it was likely that no one would have seen it. As Yang Yue had said before, only the creatures who were about to die in the ancient land could see this tomb door. Nyo Quan passed through the tomb door, and his huge body quickly disappeared. As the ripple spread, the tomb door also disappeared at the same time. The demon race who came here with Nyo Quan all cried bitterly and wailed. Yang Yue also smacked his lips, a bitter expression on his face. There is really a tomb door. After seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai knew that Yang Yue and the others did not lie to him just now. It also confirmed that Old Third had really entered the All-Spirits tomb. What should he do now? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what kind of dangers lay inside, and if he entered, how would he get out? What if this 10,000 spirit tomb was a place where he couldn't get out? Wouldn't entering it be suicide? Although he had the Tao of Space, he didn't dare to act rashly. On the other hand, it was Ruoshi who could see the tomb door before. It was really strange. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Ruoshi. It would have been better if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Zhang Ruoshi had actually arrived in front of the tomb door. She stretched out her hand towards the invisible tomb door. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely strange. Ruoshi, what are you doing? Yang Kai shouted. Zhang Ruoshi's tender body trembled, and she suddenly came back to her senses. When she found that she had unknowingly arrived in front of the tomb door, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale and she wanted to withdraw. But at this moment, the hidden tomb door was revealed again, and this time it was completely revealed. In the empty mountain valley, a huge gray-black light door exuded a strange light. In a flash, this light enveloped the entire mountain valley. All the monster race cultivators shrouded in this light were horrified to find that they couldn't move. Their eyes were filled with horror as they kept screaming. Yang Kai was also furious. Under the shroud of the gray-black light, no matter how he urged his strength, he couldn't move. Even using his space force, he couldn't teleport away. All the people and monster race cultivators in the mountain valley who were still alive seemed to have been immobilized. Sir, Zhang Ruoshi was on the verge of tears. She didn't know what she had done, but the scene in front of her was obviously not a good thing. While she was frightened, she also blamed herself, feeling that her sir had been implicated this time. Master, save me. Yang Yue opened his mouth and shouted, hoping that Yang Kai would save him, but who would have thought that Yang Kai was also a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save himself? Yang Yue's heart sank. This unforeseen event happened extremely quickly, so fast that no one could react in time. Yang Kai struggled for a while but found that he couldn't break free, so he gritted his teeth and summoned the mountains and river's bell. But at that moment, the tomb door flashed again and disappeared. Along with it, all the living creatures in the mountain valley disappeared. In a gray-black world, there was no sun, moon, stars, flowers, or trees. It was dead silent, like a cemetery. Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi, and the other monster race cultivators appeared together, and the mysterious force that bound them disappeared at once. Yang Kai immediately rushed to Zhang Ruoxi's side, enveloped her with his emperor qi, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become stunned. Everyone seemed to be standing on top of a mountain of bones, and as far as their eyes could see, there were pure white bones. The skeletons scattered on the ground were of different sizes. The small ones were almost negligible, while the large ones were huge. The true body of Niu Quan that they had seen before was not even worth mentioning. These white bones were left behind by a monster beast that had died many years ago, and all of them were extremely fragile. With the slightest touch from an external force, they all turned into bone fragments and scattered. Moo! A roar came from not far away, and Yang Kai turned his head to look, his eyes narrowing. Niu Quan. Surprisingly, Niu Quan, who he'd seen in the valley earlier, was here as well. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by the aura of death as it lay silently at a certain spot on the mountain of bones. It didn't move at all, and it seemed to be in the twilight of its life and was waiting for death. Specks of fluorescent light flew out from his flesh like dancing fairies, adding a touch of vitality to this gray-black monotonous world. These specks of light seemed to be attracted by something and flew into the depths of the mountain. As the light disappeared, the vitality of Niu Quan's body became dimmer and dimmer. Myriad Spirit Tomb. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. If he had some guesses before, after seeing Niu Quan, it was clear at a glance what this place was. Myriad Spirit Tomb. The tomb of all living creatures in the ancient lands, a place where one could enter but not leave. Even the most powerful Monster King would not be able to leave alive after entering this place. How did I end up in this damned place? Previously, Yang Kai was still hesitating whether to come in and explore to find traces of his third sister, but now, he had come in regardless of whether he wanted to or not, so there was no chance for him to hesitate. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me just now. Zhang Ruoxi was on the verge of tears. She also knew that she had made a big mistake, but the situation just now was really out of her control. Since entering this ancient wildlands, she found that there was something wrong with her, but she didn't expect to cause such a disaster. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. He reached out and patted her head, but he didn't say anything. It was too late to say anything now. Since they had already come in, what was the use of scolding Zhang Ruoxi? Moreover, he had already noticed that Zhang Ruoxi didn't do it on purpose. The most important thing now was to leave this damned place. He turned his head and looked at Yang Yue. After all, Yang Yue was a native of the monster race here. In terms of understanding of the Myriad Spirit Tomb, Yang Kai couldn't compare. If there was a way out, he would definitely know. At a glance, the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He knew that Yang Yue couldn't help him because at this moment, Yang Yue and the group of monster race cultivators were standing in place foolishly. A layer of gray-black light enveloped them, and specks of fluorescent light were floating out of their bodies. Chapter 2570. It was the same for Niu Quan, Yang Yue, and the other monster race cultivators. The fluorescent light that flew out of their bodies was obviously related to their vitality. The more they lost, the dimmer their vitality became. As time passed, they would die without a doubt. Niu Quan could be said to have come here to die, but Yang Yue and the other monster race cultivators had all been implicated. Sir, help. Yang Yue noticed Yang Kai's gaze and raised his head, his face filled with death qi as he called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and coughed dryly. I can't do anything about this. You're on your own now. He didn't understand what was going on with the Myriad Spirit Tomb and how he could save Yang Yue and the others. He could send them into the sealed world bead and they might be able to escape, but the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's top secret. He wouldn't expose it except for a few people he could trust. It wasn't worth it to expose the existence of the sealed world bead to save these monster race cultivators. Yang Yue was in despair when he heard this, but soon looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, Master, why are you safe and sound? Yang Kai had also noticed this. Of all the people who had been sucked into the tomb door, only he and Zhang Ruoxi were safe. The other monster race cultivators were all rapidly losing their vitality. If he hadn't noticed this, Yongkai wouldn't have calmed down so quickly. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're not from the ancient lands. Didn't you say that this is the tomb of the ancient land's inhabitants? Yongkai explained casually. Other than this explanation, he didn't know the reason for the situation in front of him. Is there such a good thing? Yang Yue's mouth twitched and his eyes glowed with resentment. If you hadn't ordered us to find the whereabouts of that crazy woman, how could it be related to the myriad spirit tomb? Now that we're here, we're so unlucky that we won't be able to survive. On the other hand, you're free and unfettered. You don't have to worry about dying here at all, yet you refuse to help us. Yang Yue was infuriated. He wanted to tear Yang Kai apart to vent the hatred in his heart. Master, you can't abandon us. Yang Yue gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, I already said that I don't have a solution. Who knows what's going on with this tomb? As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Yang Yue, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, What, are you very angry? Nonsense. Who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them? Since he was going to die anyway, Yang Yue's courage suddenly grew. His eyes were cold as he said, Master, if you don't care, we might have to drag you down with us. Yang Kai was amused. He squinted at him and said, You want me to die with you? Have you forgotten that your life and death is in this young master's hands? What right do you have to drag me down with you? Yang Yue's expression stiffened, and he was instantly silenced. Just now, he was too busy being angry. He had actually forgotten about this matter. Only now did he realize that even if he wanted to drag Yang Kai down with him, he didn't have the ability to do so. His soul seal was still in the other's hands. For a moment, grief welled up in his heart. He fell to the ground and cried, What a tragedy! What a tragedy! I, Old Yang, have worked so hard to cultivate until now, but before I can enjoy my life, I'm going to die. The heavens really don't have eyes. Damn heavens! This Old Yang will never forgive you. His cry was heart-wrenching. His voice was sorrowful, and when the other monster race people heard it, they also felt sad. Falling into the tomb, they could all foresee their fate. It was just that they weren't as exaggerated as Yang Yue, but they definitely felt bad in their hearts. Yang Kai snorted and said, Don't cry so hard. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. We'll all have companions on the road to the Yellow Springs, so we won't be lonely. Yang Yue wiped his tears and said angrily, It's easy for you to say that. The tomb is the tomb of the ancient land's inhabitants. It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai curled his lips and stopped talking. In fact, he was also very surprised. Why wasn't he and Zhang Ruoshi affected by the ancient lands? Instead, all the other monster race people were losing their vitality and turning into fluorescent light. Is it really like what I said just now? At this moment, a whimpering sound suddenly rang out, and strands of dark light suddenly flew out from under the white bones. As soon as the dark light appeared, it turned into a variety of strange monster beasts, pouncing on the living monster race and knocking them to the ground. Every time a monster beast figure rushed over, the vitality of the monster race people dimmed, and the fluorescent light flying out suddenly accelerated. Beast souls. Yang Yue was shocked and shouted in horror. Yang Kai's complexion also changed, because in just a short time, thousands of black shadows had flown out from the bottom of the Bone Mountain. These black shadows were somewhat similar to Yin souls and were emitting dense Yin qi. Obviously, they were the beast souls of the monster beasts that had died here. The All-Spirits tomb had existed for countless years. Over the years, countless demonic beasts had died here. After these demonic beasts died, their beast souls were actually left behind. The number was simply uncountable. In the blink of an eye, countless beast souls flew above the Bone Mountain. Each of them had different appearances, but they all retained the shape they had when they were alive. Each of them had a strong aura. The dark mass seemed to have enveloped the entire tomb, like a swarm of locusts. Yang Yue and the other monster race people wanted to resist, but how could they? It didn't take long for each monster race being to be surrounded by a dense swarm of beast souls. Mournful cries rang out one after another, as if they were suffering some kind of inhumane torture. It was likely that they wouldn't survive. Zhang Ruoxi's pretty face turned pale. She stuck close to Yang Kai, not daring to move. With his previous experience of dealing with souls, Yang Kai didn't say anything. He directly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released all the soul-devouring insects. They formed a protective barrier around him and Zhang Ruoxi to ensure their safety. The remaining soul-devouring insects chased after the beast souls to gnaw on them. As soon as the soul-devouring insects were released, the countless beast souls obviously encountered nemesis. They all avoided Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, not daring to approach them. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. The performance of the soul-devouring insects in the ancient lands this time was too eye-catching. They were definitely the best way to deal with souls. He secretly decided to focus on cultivating them in the future. When they grew up, they might be able to fight against the great emperors of Serene Soul in the future. The old man relied on his high cultivation to indulge his daughter in her outrageous acts, but he couldn't do anything about it. This really made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in hatred. The cries of Yang Yue and the others from the monster race died down one by one. In less than a dozen breaths, there was no more movement. They were obviously all dead. Yang Kai felt that the soul seal that belonged to Yang Yue that he controlled had cracked. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Although he didn't intend to care about Yang Yue's life or death before, and he only controlled him to find the whereabouts of his third brother, it was still a little unexpected that he would die like this. "Sir, open a gap." Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do. He was really scared by Zhang Ruoxi's previous actions. Once bitten, twice shy. But when he saw the big seal in Zhang Ruoxi's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. He controlled the soul-devouring insects to open a gap. Zhang Ruoxi slapped the seal with her white hand and directly slapped it away. Then, she continued to form seals with her hands to control the power of the seal. After the seal flew out, it grew in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. It was dark like a black hole. Walala. The sound of chains swinging rang out. As Zhang Ruoxi's hands changed seals, countless dark chains suddenly shot out from the inside of the seal and shot out in all directions. One by one, the flying beast souls were caught off guard by the pitch-black chains and were bound to death. The chains straightened, and under Zhang Ruoxi's control, they pulled the chained beast souls into the seal. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of aggressive beast souls were pulled into the seal and disappeared. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. "Have you finished refining this 10,000 beast seal?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise and asked. "I finished refining it a few days ago." Zhang Ruoxi didn't stop her hands and said happily, "I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing." The seal was the 10,000 beast seal of Earth City's city lord, Zhu Hong. After Zhu Hong was killed by Yang Kai in the ancient medicine garden, he gave the 10,000 beast seal to Zhang Ruoxi for self-protection. This was an emperor artifact, and its power had nothing to do with the seal itself. Instead, it was related to the number of beast souls sealed in it. The more beast souls sealed in it, the stronger they were, the more powerful the 10,000 beast seal would be, and vice versa. After Zhu Hong obtained the 10,000 beast seal, he had only killed less than 1,000 monster beasts and used a secret technique to seal the beast souls of more than 1,000 monster beasts. Most of those beast souls were 11th order, 10th order, and only a handful of 12th order beast souls. They couldn't display the true power of the 10,000 beast seal. However, in this 10,000 spirit tomb, 12th order monster beast souls were everywhere. If Zhang Ruoxi sealed all of them into the 10,000 beast seal, the power this emperor artifact could display would be unimaginable. Beast souls were difficult to find. After all, one had to kill a monster beast to obtain a beast soul, and it had to be refined using a secret technique to prevent damage to the beast soul. Damaged beast souls wouldn't have much power. However, this place was a natural gathering place for beast souls. It was simply tailor-made for the 10,000 beast seal to replenish its power. Previously, she was still thinking about where she should go to kill a monster beast to improve the power of the 10,000 beast seal, but she didn't expect to run into such a good thing. How could she not be happy? Since ancient times, countless creatures of the ancient lands had died here. Even the powerful Monster King, whose strength was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, couldn't avoid it. One could imagine how many tyrannical beast souls were gathered here. If he really sealed all the beast souls here into the 10,000 Beasts seal, and then took them out to fight, the entire star boundary would be shocked. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the sound of chains moving through the air continued to ring out. Every time Zhang Ruoxi moved, hundreds of beast souls would be dragged into the 10,000 Beast seal, and she would repeat the process over and over again. She was very busy. Yang Kai watched enviously. Chapter 2571. The 10,000 Beast seal obviously had a strong restraining effect on beast souls. No matter how strong or small the flying beast souls were, once locked by the 10,000 Beast seal, they could no longer break free and were sucked into the seal. Yang Kai clearly saw many beast souls comparable to 12th order monster beast souls being dragged into the seal. Ruoxi has struck gold this time. I wonder how much more powerful the 10,000 Beast seal will become after this trip. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's face sank again. This was the 10,000 spirit tomb. He didn't know how to get out, nor did he know if tearing space would work here. Asterisk crash. Asterisk countless beast souls swam and crashed into each other, shattering the bone mountain into pieces. White bones constantly turned into powder. Suddenly, a dim yellow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Out of curiosity, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the glowing object in his hand. It was cold to the touch and rolling, and a decent energy fluctuation immediately came from it. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, showing a look of surprise. It turned out to be a monster beast's monster core, and judging from the energy fluctuation, it seemed to be a 10th order monster beast's monster core. He stood in place for a while, not knowing what to think, but he became very excited. He stretched out his hand and waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow. Asterisk hoo-hoo-hoo. Asterisk the bone mountain collapsed, and countless beast bones turned into ashes, flying in all directions. It was as if a white storm had arisen, and at the center of the storm, there was an open area with a radius of over 100 feet. On the ground, dozens of monster cores of different colors were scattered in a disorderly manner. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at the dozens of monster cores on the ground. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Zhang Ruoxi had been carefully sealing the beast souls, but she had also observed Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, when she saw him, she exclaimed, "Sir, could it be that those monster beasts' monster cores were also left here after they died?" "That must be it. Ruoxi, we've hit the jackpot this time," Yang Kai happily replied, and then took back the dozens of inner cores. These dozens of inner cores were of different quality. However, the lowest grade was at the 9th grade, while the highest grade was at the 12th grade. Countless monster beasts died in this tomb of all spirits. After their deaths, their souls turned into beast souls and guarded this place. Their bodies turned into fluorescent light and disappeared, but their nadens remained intact. It was impossible to calculate how many beast souls there were. Similarly, it was impossible to calculate how many inner cores there were. The monster beast's monster core had many uses, but it was mostly used in alchemy. Many spirit pills required the assistance of a monster beast's inner core. Yang Kai had accumulated a lot of spirit grasses and elixirs. If he could get enough nadens here, he would have more choices when refining spirit dawn. Previously, he thought that Zhang Ruoxi coming here was an opportunity, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this opportunity would also fall into his lap. If he could really sweep away all the inner cores in this tomb, how much wealth would that be? Even the 10 great emperors would be envious of him. After collecting the dozens of inner cores, Yang Kai waved his hand again. He swept away the nearby skeletons. Immediately, dozens of inner cores of different quality appeared on the ground. Zhang Ruoxi was working hard to seal the beast souls, while Yang Kai was also working hard to collect the inner cores. The two of them were performing their respective duties without interfering with each other, truly cooperating seamlessly. In the beginning, Yang Kai would sweep away the skeletons, but after a while, he felt that it was a bit troublesome. so he simply released his divine sense to find the hidden locations of the inner cores. Then, he flicked his golden blood thread to collect the inner cores from the skeletons, saving the place from being in a foul atmosphere. His efficiency suddenly increased a lot. In a short while, all the beast souls in the vicinity were collected by Zhang Ruo Shi, and all the inner cores on the ground within a dozen kilometers were also collected by Yang Kai. Although there was no detailed count, there were at least tens of thousands of inner cores. Among these tens of thousands of inner cores, even if the 12th order monster beast inner core only accounted for 1%, it was still hundreds of 12th order monster cores, each of which was priceless. Let's go to another place. The surrounding area was empty, and there were no more beast souls or inner cores. Yang Kai immediately pulled Zhang Ruo Shi to another location. As for how to get out, it wouldn't be too late to think about it after he had collected enough benefits. Above another mountain of bones, Zhang Ruo Shi summoned the 10,000 beast seal while Yang Kai released his divine sense to search for the inner cores hidden under the skeletons. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, this place was once again cleaned up. Needless to say, Yang Kai wrapped Zhang Ruo Shi and changed locations again. Along the way, all the beast souls were sealed by Zhang Ruo Shi, and all the inner cores were plundered by Yang Kai. This was the first time the entire myriad spirit tomb had encountered such a change since its birth. This was simply a robbery. If the four great divine spirits of the ancient wildlands knew about this, who knew how they would feel? There was no sun, moon, or stars here, nor was there any distinction between night and day. However, Yang Kai estimated that he and Zhang Ruo Shi had stayed here for about 3 days and had almost finished running through the entire tomb. This should be a small isolated world. The area was not too big. The two of them spent 3 days here, mainly to seal the beast souls and collect the beast cores. If they really ran at full speed, they should be able to run all over the graveyard in less than 2 hours. The harvest was unimaginable. The 10,000 beast seal was dark and gloomy. Even without urging its power, one could feel its tyrannical power. According to Zhang Ruo Shi, the 10,000 beast seal was almost full. There were at least hundreds of thousands of beast souls sealed inside, not including those devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects had also been greatly nourished these days. More than half of the beast souls were sealed by Zhang Ruo Shi, and the rest were devoured by the insects. As a result, the soul-devouring insects were now conveying a lazy mood to Yang Kai, as if they were about to fall asleep. Yang Kai knew that this was a sign that they were about to evolve and was overjoyed. The number of inner cores Yang Kai had obtained was more than 1 million. The inner cores in the open space of the small sealed world were almost piled up into a small hill, ranging from 9th order to 12th order. If such a large number of inner cores were taken out, no great force would be able to eat it alone. Even the sects founded by the great emperors did not have the financial resources to do so. After running around the 10,000 spirit tomb again and confirming that there were not many fish that escaped the net, Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. "Sir, do you want to go that way?" Zhang Ruo Shi put away the 10,000 beast seal and stood gracefully beside him. These days, the two had run through the entire tomb but did not find any exit, let alone any trace of Yang Kai. If there was any exit, it could only be in that direction. Because there were no monster beast skeletons in that direction, the two did not go there to investigate. That place should be the center of the entire 10,000 spirit tomb. All the monster beasts that came here to die had surrounded the central area in a circular formation, leaving a large open area. Yang Kai had been collecting inner cores before, so he did not pay much attention to the situation there. Now, he had to go and take a look. If Yang Kai's third sister was still here, then she must be in that central area. He did not know whether she was dead or alive. Nodding, Yang Kai moved his feet and rushed in that direction, with Zhang Ruo Shi hurriedly following behind. After passing through the White Bone Mountain, the two quickly arrived at the open area. Looking around, there seemed to be a little gray light shining in the distance. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and focused his vision. After a while, his face lit up with joy, because the gray light was in the shape of the tomb door he had seen before. That might really be the exit. If he could get out from there, he would not have to use his space force to tear space. Moreover, Yang Kai was not sure if he could tear a minor world boundary. His speed suddenly increased, but halfway through, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and lowered his head to look down. Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes also widened with a stunned expression. The reason for that was because there was an extremely ferocious aura coming from somewhere below. The source of that aura was actually a skinny body that was only skin and bones. Looking at its appearance, its hair was disheveled and it was battered and exhausted, but it was obviously still alive. On the thin body, there were traces of black qi and dots of fluorescent light constantly flying out. A monster race, Zhang Ruoxi whispered. At a glance, she could tell that the creature over there was a monster race, and an extremely powerful one at that. It's a monster king, Yang Kai added in shock. He did not know why this monster king would appear here, because this area did not look like a place that a monster race could set foot in. Otherwise, it would not be so empty and would have been filled with bones long ago. Moreover, this monster king was obviously not dead yet, and was struggling to resist the loss of its vitality. But judging from its appearance, it should not be able to hold on much longer. No wonder Yang Yue said before that even the most powerful monster king would die in the 10,000 spirit tomb. The monster king in front of him was the best evidence. A monster race master who could become a monster king was comparable to a peak third-order emperor realm master, but they could not escape after entering this place. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of the monster king. The monster king was obviously startled. Its skinny body trembled, and only then did it look up at Yang Kai. Its two eye sockets were profound, and its eyes were somewhat lifeless. It was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Why is it a human again? The monster king's mouth opened and closed, and its turbid eyes revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He understood the meaning behind its words and frowned. Have you seen other people come here before? The monster king looked like it was about to die, but it was still extremely rebellious. Hearing this, it grinned and tried to squeeze out a sneer that was uglier than crying. Why should this king tell you? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He pointed to the light door and said, I'm going to leave from there. If you want to live, I can give you a ride. The rebellious monster king suddenly lost its calm. Its lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and it looked like it was tempted. But it quickly disappeared and it snorted, Are you that kind? Yang Kai said indifferently, We're just taking what we need. As long as you can tell me what I want to know, I'll save your life. Chapter 2572. What good would it do me to lie to you? You're about to die. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. The monster king said, You humans, humph. What he meant was that humans were too deceitful and could not be trusted. Yang Kai did not say anything else and turned to leave. If that's the case, then forget it. Wait. As expected, Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when the monster king called out from behind him. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he had to struggle. Yang Kai turned sideways and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. The monster king muttered something, but it was unclear whether he was cursing or not. After a while, he said, Take this king out first. This king can tell you everything you want to know. Get lost. Yang Kai coldly snorted and did not bother to pay attention to him anymore. Seeing that Yang Kai was really leaving like this, the monster king was very anxious. He did not have the time to discuss conditions with Yang Kai. He said in a hoarse voice, Yes, there was a person who left from here. Yang Kai stopped again and turned around. He looked at him with a cold expression and said, Don't play any tricks, or I'll leave immediately. The monster king's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai said, Then what did the person who left look like? The monster king said unhappily, A woman with disheveled hair and crazy behavior. She even took an inner core and smashed it at this king's head. She really pissed this king off. If this king had not fallen from grace, how could this king be bullied by her like this? Yang Kai found it funny, but this was something that San was really capable of. He continued to ask, She left from that side? Yes. Hearing this news, Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He had not found any trace of San before. He was really afraid that something bad had happened to her here. After all, this place was very dangerous. The countless beast souls were not to be trifled with. Rubbing his chin, Yang Kai asked again, "She can leave, but why are you trapped here?" The Monster King said with grief and indignation, "If I could leave, why would I be trapped here? The tomb of all spirits greatly suppresses the living beings of the ancient lands. I was lucky to be able to make it here. I want to leave, but I can't." "You don't look like you're nearing the end of your life. Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Speaking of this, the Monster King's face was filled with tears of blood. He sighed and said, "Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I accidentally stepped on air and came to this damned place." Just like the monster beast that the Monster King had encountered, there were countless of them in the ancient lands. Not every creature that entered the ancient lands had reached the end of their lifespan, but once they entered the ancient lands, their lifespan would truly come to an end. It was also because this Monster King was so powerful. It was because of this that he could barely make it here and escape the pursuit of the beast souls. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. After he finished speaking, the Monster King urged, "What else do you want to ask? I can't hold on for much longer." "Nope." Kai Yang shook his head, his eyes sweeping over him. He felt the evil intention in his eyes. The Monster King's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Yang Kai was going to burn the bridge after crossing the river. What he said earlier about giving him a ride was complete nonsense. The Monster King was filled with grief and indignation. He already knew that the words of humans could not be trusted, but he still tried with a sliver of hope. In the end, he was still going to be killed. The Monster King felt very, very tired. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not immediately kill him. After pondering for a while, he said, "Hand over the soul seal and I'll spare your life." He wanted more. Previously, he had controlled Yang Yue to work for him. Yang Yue was only a demon general and had limited subordinates. If he could control a Monster King to work for him, not only would he be able to find Xiao Xiao with half the effort, but he would also be able to find Xiao Xiao. Moreover, with the Monster King's protection, it would be much more convenient for him to move around the ancient land. When the Monster King heard this, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He sneered, "Wishful thinking." He was one of the 32 Monster Kings. He had a noble status and powerful strength. How could he be willing to be controlled by a human? This human was not even as powerful as he was. At his peak, he could kill him with one slap. How dare he ask him to hand over the soul seal? What a joke. Yang Kai did not force him. He just said casually, "If you die, you have nothing. There is only hope when you are alive." The Monster King sneered, "It's still better than being enslaved and struggling at death's door." Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Monster King, you have children, right? If you die here, what will happen to your children? The monsters who were bullied by you will not be polite to your children. By the way, Monster King should have wives and concubines, right? With the Monster King's status, all of his wives and concubines should be beautiful, enchanting, and charming. After you die, I'm afraid that your wives and concubines will follow others and be ravaged and tasted by others. The Monster King will not be able to feel the ecstasy of it anymore. What a pity, a group of orphans and widows. I'm afraid that the days ahead will not be easy." When the Monster King heard Yang Kai's words, his originally gloomy face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt that this human's words were too harsh. He could not help but think of the tragic fate of his children and concubines after he died, especially his wives and concubines. If they were really pressed down by others and freely ravaged, there was no way to think about it anymore. The Monster King's eyes were red and his nostrils were constantly snorting hot air. Zhang Ruo, she was also extremely uncomfortable listening to this. Her face was slightly red. She thought to herself, "How can Sir say anything? It's too embarrassing." The Monster King's face changed. The speed of the light that flew out of his body suddenly increased. It seemed that he was unable to suppress his aging due to the change in mood. To Yang Kai's surprise, after a while, the Monster King turned his head and said, "This king would rather die than submit." That didn't make him submit. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. He felt some admiration for this guy in his heart. Most people would agree to any condition when they were about to die. Take Yang Yue, for example. He immediately handed over his soul seal when Yang Kai asked. However, this Monster King had some integrity. It was really impressive. There was no other way. He could only use his ultimate move. Yang Kai still counted on the Monster King to work for him. He couldn't kill him now. He raised his head and gave Zhang Ruoxi a look. He coldly snorted and said, "Show him what you're made of." Zhang Ruoxi was stunned. However, she was smart and immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. She stretched out her hand and patted the void, immediately summoning the 10,000 Beast seal. The Monster King sneered, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. There's no need to talk nonsense." His attitude of facing death was quite eye-catching. Yang Kai did not say a word. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, made a series of hand seals. She kept attacking the 10,000 Beast seal. In an instant, whooshing sounds could be heard. Beast souls of different sizes flew out of the 10,000 Beast seal. In a short time, they filled the void. Each beast soul retained their appearance when they were alive. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and an awe-inspiring temperament. Judging from their auras, they were no weaker than the Monster King. Some were even stronger. The Monster King's eyes widened as he stared at them in a daze. Zhang Ruoxi said, "This is the 10,000 Beast seal. It has a strong restraining effect on monster beast souls. Monster King, do you want to submit to my sir now? Or do you want me to use the 10,000 Beast seal to take your soul after you die? You will never be reincarnated. It's your choice." The Monster King's thin body trembled all of a sudden. He raised a hand and pointed at Yang Kai, saying in grief and indignation, You've gone too far." He would rather die than submit. He wasn't willing to give up his soul seal in order to live, but so what? Once the 10,000 Beast seal appeared, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. His soul would still be taken into the 10,000 Beast seal. At that time, he would really be better off dead. Yang Kai chuckled and motioned for Zhang Ruoxi to take back the 10,000 Beast seal. Then, he reached out and patted the Monster King's shoulder. He said, "Don't make it sound so bad. Monster King, you would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Your heroic spirit is really admirable. However, you and I have different paths. Why would I save you if there were no benefits? You promised me just now." The Monster King glared at Yang Kai, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Times have changed. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. To tell you the truth, Monster King, I won't make things difficult for you. You've submitted to me, and I just want you to do a small thing for me. Once it's done, I'll leave the ancient lands. At that time, I'll definitely return your freedom. Do you think I'll believe your words?" The Monster King looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Yang Kai snorted, "Do you have a choice now?" This person changed his face faster than flipping a book. The Monster King was stunned. "I don't have time to dawdle with you. Either you hand over your soul seal, or I'll immediately kill you and take your soul into the 10,000 Beast seal. It's up to you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone. Zhang Ruoxi had already controlled the 10,000 Beast seal to fly above the Monster King's head. If he didn't agree, she would immediately attack. The Monster King was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and growl, "Hand it over." His voice was full of grief, indignation, and unwillingness. This time, it was really a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being played by a shrimp in shallow water. Yang Kai immediately put on a smiling face and stretched out his hand to him. The Monster King activated his secret technique, and soon, a golden light appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai grabbed it and sealed it into his knowledge sea. This trip to the graveyard, without Yang Yue, had gained the Monster King, so it wasn't a loss. The Monster King, who had used his secret technique to hand over his soul seal, was extremely weak at the moment. The flowing light on his body was dissipating, and he seemed to be about to die. Yang Kai grabbed him, turned around, and rushed toward the grayish-black light gate, asking, "Is it okay to leave from here?" The Monster King nodded gently, his gaze complicated. This time, he had escaped, but he had lost his freedom. From now on, he would be enslaved. This was not what he wanted, so he didn't feel the joy of escaping death. Instead, he was very depressed. Not long after, Yang Kai carried the Monster King to the Light Gate. He activated his Emperor Qi and enveloped the Monster King and Zhang Ruoxi before rushing in. In a flash, 2 people and 1 monster had left the myriad spirit tomb and reappeared in a lush world. They were surrounded by ancient trees that towered into the clouds, and wild energy flowed around them. This was a certain place in the ancient wildland. It was so easy. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From the looks of it, the all-spirit tomb's existence was really targeted at the living beings in the savage, desolate ancient land. It did not restrict the entry and exit of outsiders. Of course, after entering, one would have to escape the pursuit of countless beast souls. Otherwise, only death would await them. Looking around, they were no longer in the valley where they had entered the myriad spirit tomb. They had no idea where they were. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.